The oldest written word ever found on Earth is carved into clay from a Mesopotamian storeroom 5,300 years ago. It does not speak of gods or wars or kings. It records barley, a civilization trying to measure the world before it understood what it meant to describe it. But long before clay tablets and alphabets, long before humans separated speech into the thousands of languages we know today, every ancient culture insisted on one thing: that the first voice ever heard was not human, that creation itself began with a command, a vibration, a word. Across Sumerian hymns, Egyptian temple texts, Hebrew scripture, Vedic verse, and early Islamic scholarship, a single question appears again and again. If God spoke the universe into being, what language was it? This is the story of the oldest human quest to recover the first voice, the language God spoke. The oldest written word ever found on Earth is carved into clay from a Mesopotamian storeroom dated to approximately 300 BCE. It does not speak of gods or wars or kings. It records barley, a civilization trying to measure the world before it understood what it meant to describe it. But long before clay tablets and alphabets, long before humans separated speech into the thousands of languages we know today, every ancient culture insisted on one thing: that the first voice ever heard was not human, that creation itself began with a command, a vibration, a word. Across Sumerian hymns, Egyptian temple texts, Hebrew scripture, Vedic verse, and early Islamic scholarship, a single question appears again and again: if God spoke the universe into being, what language was it? This is the story of the oldest human quest to recover the first voice, the language God spoke. To understand why ancient peoples believe language came from the divine, we must first understand when humans became capable of speech at all. The answer lies not in texts or traditions, but in bones, genes, and the structure of the human brain itself. The anatomical capacity for complex speech emerged gradually over millions of years of human evolution. The critical development occurred in a small region of the frontal lobe called Broca's area. Identified in 1861 by French physician Paul Broca after studying patients who had lost the ability to produce speech following brain injuries. This region, located in the left hemisphere, coordinates the precise motor movements required for articulating complex sounds. Without it, humans can comprehend language but cannot speak, but anatomy alone tells only part of the story. In 2001, researchers at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig identified a gene called FOXP2, dubbed by some as the language gene, though that term oversimplifies its function. FOXP2 regulates the development of brain circuits involved in speech and language. Humans possess a unique variant of this gene, differing from chimpanzees by just 2 amino acid substitutions. These changes occurred sometime after the human lineage split from our common ancestor with chimpanzees approximately 6 million years ago. Studies of Neanderthal DNA extracted from fossils found in El Sidron cave in Spain and Vindija cave in Croatia revealed that Neanderthals shared the human version of FOXP2. This suggests that our capacity for complex speech may extend back at least 400,000 years to the common ancestor we shared with Neanderthals. The anatomical evidence supports this timeline. The hyoid bone, a small horseshoe-shaped bone in the throat that anchors the muscles of the tongue and larynx, has been found in Neanderthal remains with a shape nearly identical to that of modern humans. A Neanderthal hyoid from Kibara Cave in Israel, dating to approximately 60,000 years ago, indicates that Neanderthals possessed the physical apparatus for speech. Yet having the capacity for speech and actually using complex language are different things. The earliest evidence of symbolic thought, a prerequisite for language, appears in the archaeological record approximately 75,000 years ago. In Blombos Cave, on the southern coast of South Africa, archaeologists discovered engraved ochre stones bearing abstract geometric patterns, cross-hatched lines forming deliberate designs. These engravings, dated to between 75,000 and 100,000 years ago, represent some of the oldest known examples of symbolic representation by Homo sapiens. Why does symbolic thought matter for language? Because language is fundamentally symbolic. The word tree has no inherent connection to the tall woody plant it represents. The relationship is arbitrary, learned, symbolic. The creators of the Blombos engravings demonstrated the cognitive capacity to invest objects and patterns with meaning beyond their physical properties, the same cognitive capacity required for language. Around the same period, humans in Africa were crafting shell beads, piercing marine snail shells to create jewellery. At School Cave in Israel, shells dated to 100,000 years ago show deliberate perforation. At Oued Jebbana in Algeria, similar shells date to 35,000 years ago. These beads served no survival function. They were decoration, status markers, identity signals. They suggest not just symbolic thought but social complexity, the kind of social environment where language becomes not merely useful but necessary. Genetic studies of modern human populations provide another line of evidence. The San people of southern Africa, speakers of languages characterized by click consonants, carry some of the oldest genetic lineages of Homo sapiens. Analysis of mitochondrial DNA, genetic material passed down through the maternal line, places the San people's lineage, designated haplogroup L0, at the root of the human family tree, diverging approximately 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. Their languages, particularly those of the Kung and Khoekhoe peoples, preserve phonetic features that may represent ancient aspects of human speech. Click consonants produced by creating suction in the mouth, a sound type rare in most modern languages, but common in southern African linguistic families. This convergence of evidence, anatomical, genetic, archaeological, points to a time and place, southern and eastern Africa, between 200,000 and 100,000 years ago, when anatomically modern humans began to think and communicate in ways that distinguish us from all other species. But what did early language sound like? Linguists can only speculate based on comparative analysis of modern languages and computer modelling of sound production capabilities. The earliest human vocalizations were likely simple: warnings, calls, expressions of emotion, a sharp exhalation to signal danger, a rhythmic vocalization to coordinate group movement, a soothing tone to calm an infant. These proto-linguistic sounds served immediate practical functions, rooted in survival. The transition from these emotional vocalizations to true language, with grammar, syntax, and the ability to discuss things not immediately present, represents one of the most significant developments in human history. Linguists call this transition the emergence of displaced reference, the ability to talk about things removed in space or time. Instead of merely crying out at the sight of a predator, early humans could discuss the predator after it left, plan strategies for future encounters, tell stories about past encounters to those who weren't present. This capacity transforms communication from a stimulus-response system into a tool for abstract thought, planning, and cultural transmission. By 50,000 years ago, humans were creating cave art in Indonesia and Europe, fashioning sophisticated tools, burying their dead with grave goods, and almost certainly speaking complex languages. The famous cave paintings of Lascaux in France, dating to approximately 17,000 years ago, and those of Chauvet Cave dating to 30,000 years ago, demonstrate not just artistic skill, but narrative capacity. These are not random images, but composed scenes, herds of animals, hunting scenarios, symbolic representations. Such complexity of visual representation almost certainly accompanied equally complex verbal narratives. Yet here is the great mystery. If language evolved gradually, naturally, as a biological adaptation shaped by evolution, why did every ancient civilization that left written records insist that language came from the gods? Why did the Sumerians attribute the invention of writing to the god Nabu? Why did the Egyptians credit Thoth? Why did the Hebrew Bible begin with God speaking creation into existence? Why did the Rig Veda describe creation emerging from sacred sound? The answer lies not in the origin of language itself, but in how ancient peoples experienced the power of words. To a preliterate society, the ability of sound to convey meaning, to coordinate action, to preserve knowledge across generations must have seemed supernatural. Words were power. A command could move armies. A curse could destroy reputations. A name could invoke presence. A story could make the absent present. The dead speak. The future tangible. Moreover, ancient peoples noticed something we still find mysterious: the universality of language. Every human group, no matter how isolated, possessed language. Unlike agriculture, metallurgy, or writing, innovations that arose independently only a few times in human history, language appeared to be universal and innate. Children learned it with minimal instruction. Even deaf communities spontaneously developed signed languages with full grammatical complexity. This universality suggested to ancient thinkers that language must be hardwired, essential to human nature, and therefore divine in origin. Archaeological evidence shows that by the time of the Natufian culture in the Levant, approximately 12,000 years ago, humans had developed complex societies with permanent settlements, specialized labor, and elaborate ritual practices. The site of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, dated to approximately 9500 BCE, features massive stone pillars carved with animal reliefs, arranged in circular formations. This monumental architecture, predating agriculture and pottery, required coordinated labor from hundreds of people. Coordination possible only through complex language. The transition from mobile hunter-gatherer bands to settled agricultural communities intensified the need for sophisticated communication. Managing planting cycles, organizing labor, resolving conflicts, maintaining genealogies, passing down technical knowledge, all required not just language but formalized language, perhaps even early forms of oral literature. The epic poems that would later be written down, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, almost certainly originated in this period as oral narratives transmitted from generation to generation. By 6000 BCE, in the Fertile Crescent, humans had domesticated wheat, barley, sheep, goats, and cattle. They lived in towns of several thousand people. They produced surplus food, creating the need for record keeping. They developed social hierarchies requiring methods to legitimize authority. They built temples suggesting formalized religious practices. And somewhere in this crucible of increasing social complexity, they began to develop writing. But before we can understand the written word, we must understand what writing meant to those who invented it. To us, writing is mundane, ubiquitous, a basic skill taught to children. To the first scribes of Mesopotamia, writing was revolutionary, transformative, almost magical, a way to make language visible, permanent, capable of transcending the limitations of human memory and the brevity of human life. When the first scribe pressed a reed stylus into wet clay and created a mark that represented a word, that represented a sound, that represented an idea, he performed an act that would have seemed to his ancestors indistinguishable from divinity. The city of Uruk in southern Mesopotamia, circa 300 BCE, was the largest urban centre in the world. Archaeological excavations of the site, located in present-day Iraq, approximately 40 kilometers east of the Euphrates River, reveal a settlement covering 6 square kilometres with a population estimated at 40,000 to 50,000 people. This concentration of humanity created unprecedented administrative challenges. How do you track grain stores for tens of thousands of people? How do you record debts and credits in an economy of increasing complexity? How do you maintain inventories of goods flowing in and out of temple warehouses? The solution emerged not through divine inspiration, but through practical necessity. Before writing, Mesopotamian administrators used a token system. Small clay objects in various shapes, spheres, cones, discs, cylinders, represented different commodities and quantities. A cone might represent a small measure of grain. A sphere might represent a larger measure. These tokens were used as early as 8000 BCE, found at Neolithic sites throughout the Near East. By 4000 BCE, the token system had become more sophisticated. Tokens were stored in clay envelopes called bullae, hollow clay balls that contained the tokens representing a particular transaction. The problem? You couldn't see what was inside the bullae without breaking it open. The solution? Press the tokens into the clay surface before sealing them inside, creating an external record of the internal contents. This created redundancy. The same information existed both as 3-dimensional tokens inside and as 2-dimensional impressions outside. Eventually, scribes realized the 3-dimensional tokens inside were unnecessary. The impressions on the surface contained all the information. This insight, simple yet revolutionary, marked the transition from tokens to true writing. By 300 BCE, clay tablets from Uruk show the next evolutionary step. Instead of pressing actual tokens into clay, scribes drew pictographic symbols representing the tokens. These pictographs were the ancestors of cuneiform writing. The earliest tablets from Uruk, classified as Uruk IV period, approximately 3300–3100 BCE, are administrative documents. They record quantities of barley, emmer, wheat, beer, bread, sheep, cattle and textiles. They track labour assignments. They document transactions. The tablet known as W9656, excavated from Uruk and now housed in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, shows a pictograph of a human head next to number signs, likely recording rations distributed to workers. The Kish tablet, discovered at the ancient Sumerian city of Kish approximately 80 kilometers south of modern Baghdad, dates to approximately 3500 BCE. It represents one of the oldest surviving examples of writing. The tablet is small, fitting in a human palm with proto-cuneiform signs arranged in crude registers. The signs are pictographic but already showing abstraction. A barley sign, number signs, signs whose exact meaning remains debated by scholars. What is striking about these earliest texts is what they are not. They are not prayers, they are not myths, they are not poetry, they are not royal proclamations, they are accounting documents. The first words humans wrote were not, "In the beginning God created," or "Listen, I will tell you a story." They were 47 jars of oil and 29 units of barley. The first written language was the language of bureaucracy. This prosaic origin of writing creates a curious tension with the later sacred uses of literacy. Within a few centuries, writing would be used to record hymns to gods, myths of creation, royal inscription claiming divine authority. Temple scribes would become the primary keepers of literacy, and writing itself would be regarded as a divine gift. Yet the archaeological evidence shows unambiguously that writing emerged from economic administration, not religious revelation. The early scribes who developed this system were not priests but bureaucrats, trained specialists working in the temple and palace complexes that dominated Uruk's economy. Archaeological evidence from Uruk shows that the temple of Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love and war, controlled vast agricultural lands, workshops and herds. Managing these resources required an administrative class, the scribes. Training to become a scribe was rigorous and lengthy, taking years of practice. Scribal schools, called a dubba or tablet house in Sumerian, have been excavated at numerous Mesopotamian sites. Students practiced writing on cheap clay tablets that could be smoothed and reused. Thousands of practice tablets survive, showing students laboriously copying sign lists, learning the standard forms of the several hundred pictographic signs used in early writing. The physical act of writing in early Mesopotamia was distinctive. The scribe sat cross-legged on the ground or on a low bench, holding a damp clay tablet in his left hand. With his right hand, he used a reed stylus cut from plants growing in the marshes of southern Mesopotamia to press marks into the clay. The angle at which he held the stylus, approximately 30 to 45 degrees from vertical, created the characteristic wedge shapes that give cuneiform its name, from the Latin cuneus, meaning wedge. Once inscribed, tablets were left to dry in the sun, or, for particularly important documents, baked in kilns to create a permanent, nearly indestructible record. Thousands of these baked tablets survive in museums worldwide, providing an extraordinarily detailed picture of daily life in ancient Mesopotamia. We know the names of the individual scribes. We know what they were paid. We know their complaints about difficult teachers and demanding supervisors, recorded in their own handwriting on clay tablets 4,000 years old. By 3000 BCE, the pictographic writing system was evolving rapidly. The signs became more abstract, less literal representations of objects. The sign for head, originally a clear pictograph of a human head in profile, became simplified into a few curved lines. The sign for barley, originally showing the distinctive shape of barley stalks, became a more schematic arrangement of wedges. This abstraction was necessary for efficiency. Complex pictographs took too long to draw, but it also marked a conceptual shift. Writing was becoming less about depicting objects and more about representing language itself. The crucial innovation came with the principle of phonetic representation. Early Sumerian writing represented objects. A picture of a sun meant sun. But how do you write abstract concepts like and or because? How do you write proper names? The solution was the rebus principle, still used in modern puzzles. A symbol could represent not just an object but a sound. The Sumerian word for sun was ud. The sign for sun could therefore be used to write the sound ud in any word, even words unrelated to the sun. Similarly, ti meant both rib and life in Sumerian, so the sign for rib could be used to write life. This breakthrough transformed writing from a pictographic system for recording objects to a phonetic system, capable of representing any word in the spoken language. By 2500 BCE, Sumerian scribes were writing complex literature, including the earliest known versions of myths and epic poetry. The transition from administrative record-keeping to literary composition took only about 800 years, a remarkably short time in the span of human history. Other writing systems were developing contemporaneously elsewhere. In Egypt, hieroglyphic writing appeared around 3200 BCE, possibly influenced by knowledge of the Mesopotamian writing system, though the Egyptian system was independently invented with its own unique characteristics. Egyptian hieroglyphs combined pictographic, ideographic, and phonetic elements from the outset, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of linguistic representation. The Egyptian scribal class, like their Mesopotamian counterparts, underwent extensive training. The role of scribe was highly prestigious in Egyptian society. Scribes were exempt from manual labour and taxation. A Middle Kingdom text called the Satire of the Trades extols the scribal profession above all others. "I shall make you love books more than your mother. It is greater than any trade. There is nothing like it on earth." Egyptian hieroglyphs were more than mere writing, they were art. Each sign was carefully drawn, often coloured, incorporated into elaborate decorative schemes on temple walls and papyrus scrolls. The Egyptians called hieroglyphs medunetja, literally words of God or divine speech. This terminology reveals how Egyptians understood writing, not as a human invention, but as a divine gift, specifically from Thoth, or Jehuti in Egyptian, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, writing, and magic. The Palermo stone, fragment of a larger stone stele now housed in the Palermo Archaeological Museum in Italy, records the names of Egyptian pharaohs from the First Dynasty, circa 3100 BCE onward, along with significant events of their reigns. The stone represents one of the oldest surviving Egyptian historical texts, demonstrating that within a century of writing's invention, it was being used to preserve royal history and legitimize dynastic succession. In China, the earliest known writing appears on oracle bones, pieces of ox scapulae and turtle shells used for divination during the late Shang dynasty, circa 1200 BCE. The diviners would carve questions into the bones, apply heat until the bones cracked, then interpret the pattern of cracks as answers from the ancestors or gods. The questions, and sometimes the answers, were inscribed on the bones, creating the earliest records of Chinese writing. These oracle bone inscriptions, discovered in large numbers at Anyin near the Yellow River, show a fully developed writing system with thousands of distinct characters, suggesting that Chinese writing had already undergone centuries of evolution by the time these inscriptions were made. In the Indus Valley, a civilization contemporary with early Mesopotamia and Egypt developed its own writing system, preserved on thousands of small seals and tablets. The Indus script, dated to approximately 2600 to 1900 BCE, remains undeciphered. We can see the signs, count them, approximately 400 distinct symbols, analyze their patterns, but we cannot read them. No bilingual inscription has been found, no Rosetta Stone for the Indus Valley. The meaning of these texts, and even the language they represent, remains unknown. This undeciphered script stands as a reminder of how fragile the transmission of knowledge is. An entire civilization's written records survive physically but remain mute, their voice lost because the key to understanding their writing system died with the last person who could read it. In Mesoamerica, writing appeared independently, much later than in the Old World. The Olmec and Zapotec civilizations developed writing systems by approximately 900 BCE. The Maya script, the most sophisticated of the Mesoamerican writing systems, was fully developed by 300 BCE. Mayan writing combined phonetic and logographic elements, capable of representing the Mayan language with great precision. For centuries after the Spanish conquest, Mayan writing was lost, considered mere decoration. The decipherment of Mayan hieroglyphs, achieved primarily in the 1950s through 1980s by scholars including Yuri Knorozov, Tatiana Proskoryakov and Linda Shile, revealed an extensive literature of history, mythology and astronomy. What all these writing systems share, despite their independent origins and distinct characteristics, is a similar trajectory. They emerged from administrative or religious needs, developed from pictographic to increasingly phonetic representation, and were quickly adopted for recording sacred and literary texts. And in every case, the culture that developed writing attributes its invention to divine or semi-divine figures. The Mesopotamians credited Nabu, god of wisdom. The Egyptians credited Thoth. The Chinese credited Kangjie, a mythical official of the legendary Yellow Emperor, said to have invented writing after observing the tracks of birds and animals. The Maya credited Itzamna, a creator god. This pattern is too consistent to be coincidental. Writing seemed so powerful, so transformative that ancient peoples could not imagine it as a mere human invention. Words carved in stone or pressed in clay endured beyond human lifetimes, potentially forever. Writing allowed communication across vast distances and through death itself. A king could address future generations, a priest could preserve sacred knowledge, an administrator could create records more reliable than human memory. In societies where oral tradition was the only means of preserving knowledge, where memory was fragile and information could be lost within a generation, writing must have seemed nothing short of miraculous. But if ancient peoples believed writing was divinely given, what did they believe about spoken language itself? If the technology of writing was divine, what about the speech that writing represented? Here we encounter the deeper mystery, the ancient conviction that language itself, not just writing, originated with the gods, and not merely as a gift to humans, but as the very means by which the gods created the universe. By 2500 BCE, writing in Mesopotamia and Egypt had existed long enough to undergo a crucial transformation. What began as an administrative tool had become a sacred technology. Temple complexes throughout Sumer, Akkad, and Egypt maintained scriptoria, rooms where priest-scribes copied and preserved religious texts. The profession of scribe, once primarily administrative, had acquired religious dimensions. In Egypt, the scribal deity Thoth presided over not just writing but magic, wisdom, and the judgment of the dead. In Mesopotamia, the god Nabu was both the scribe of the gods and the deity who recorded human deeds in the tablet of destinies. The temples of ancient Egypt preserved one of the world's oldest religious literatures, the pyramid texts. These texts, first appearing in the Pyramid of King Unas at Saqqara around 2350 BCE, are carved into the walls and corridors of the royal burial chambers. They contain 759 utterances, prayers, hymns, spells, and instructions designed to help the deceased pharaoh ascend to the sky and join the gods. The pyramid texts represent the earliest large body of religious literature known from any civilization. Utterance 261 of the pyramid texts reads, "The sky is overcast, the stars are beclouded, the celestial expanses quiver, the bones of the earth gods tremble. When they see Unas dawning as a soul, as a god who lives on his fathers and feeds on his mothers." The text describes the deceased king's transformation into a divine being, his power so great that even the gods fear him. But what is significant for our purposes is not just the content but the medium. These were words of power, inscribed in stone, designed to affect reality through their mere utterance and preservation. This concept, that words possess inherent power, permeates ancient Egyptian thought. The Egyptians called this power Heka, often translated as magic, but more accurately understood as the divine power of authoritative speech. Heka was not separate from the gods but intrinsic to them. When the gods spoke, reality conformed to their words. The Memphite theology, preserved on a basalt slab known as the Shabaka stone, named after the Kushite pharaoh Shabaka, who ordered the text copied from an ancient document around 700 BCE, describes the creation of the world by Ptah, the patron god of Memphis. The Memphite theology states, "There came into being as the heart, and there came into being as the tongue something in the form of Atum. The mighty great one is Ptah, who transmitted life to all gods as well as to their chaos. Through this heart, by which Horus became Ptah, and through this tongue, by which Thoth became Ptah, it happened that the heart and tongue gained control over every other member of the body, by teaching that he is in every body and in every mouth of all gods, all people, all cattle, all creeping things, and everything that lives." This text articulates a sophisticated theology of divine speech. Ptah creates through conception, heart, and utterance, tongue. The gods themselves are manifestations of Ptah's thoughts made verbal. More radically, every act of speech by any being, god, human, or animal, is an echo of that original creative utterance. Language is not merely communication, it is the fundamental structure of reality. The practical application of this theology appears throughout Egyptian religious practice. Funerary literature, the pyramid texts, later the coffin texts inscribed on coffins from around 2100 BCE, and eventually the Book of the Dead from around 1550 BCE, consists largely of spells, verbal formulas designed to be recited to achieve specific effects, to repel demons, to open the mouth of the deceased so they can speak in the afterlife, to justify the deceased before the divine tribunal, to transform the deceased into various divine forms. Consider coffin text spell 3E5, known as the spell for becoming Khepri. I have flown up as the primeval one. I have become Khepri. I have grown as a plant. I have clad myself as a turtle. I am the essence of every god. The deceased, by speaking these words, or having them spoken on their behalf, claims to transform into Khepri, the scarab-headed god associated with the sunrise and creation. The spell works through identification. By speaking in the voice of the god, the speaker becomes the god. This performative power of language extended beyond the afterlife. Egyptian magical practice, as recorded in texts like the London Medical Papyrus and the Ebers Papyrus, both from around 1550 BCE, combines empirical medical knowledge with verbal spells. A physician treating a wound would apply a poultice while reciting a spell, the words as important as the medicine. The spell from the Ebers Papyrus for treating a burn invokes divine precedent. Thy son Horus is burnt in the desert. Is there any water there? There is no water. I have water in my mouth and a Nile flood between my thighs. I have come to extinguish the fire. The priest healers who performed these rituals underwent years of training, not just in the properties of medicines, but in the correct pronunciation and performance of sacred texts. The lector priest, called Heri Heb in Egyptian, was specifically responsible for reading from scrolls during rituals. These priests had to maintain ritual purity, dress in specific linens, and approach their task with the understanding that mispronunciation or error could neutralize the spell or even produce dangerous effects. The Egyptians' reverence for their sacred texts led to extraordinary preservation efforts. Temples maintained libraries called Houses of Life, Per Ankh in Egyptian, which functioned as scriptoria, medical schools, and magical training centers. The House of Life at the Temple of Edfu in southern Egypt has left detailed inscriptions describing the sacred texts that were to be kept there, including astronomical treatises, ritual handbooks, and medical texts. The priests who worked in these institutions saw themselves as guardians of divine knowledge, transmitted from the gods through writing. In Mesopotamia, a parallel development occurred. The Sumerian civilization, which had invented cuneiform writing, developed a rich religious literature recorded on clay tablets. Temples throughout Sumer and later Akkad, Assyria and Babylonia maintained tablet libraries. The most famous is the Library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, assembled by the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BCE. Ashurbanipal, who learned to read cuneiform, an unusual accomplishment for a king, sent scribes throughout his empire to collect and copy texts, creating a library of over 30,000 tablets. Among the texts preserved in Ashurbanipal's library are the earliest versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish creation myth, hymns to various gods, omen texts, medical texts, astronomical observations, and administrative records. The preservation of these texts was deliberate and systematic. Colophons, statements at the end of tablets, record the name of the scribe who copied the text, the title of the work, the source from which it was copied, and sometimes curses against anyone who might damage or steal the tablet. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic composed around 1200 BCE but drawing on older Sumerian sources, describes the creation of the world through divine combat and speech. Marduk, the patron god of Babylon, defeats Tiamat, the primordial chaos monster, and creates the world from her corpse. But before this physical victory, Marduk demonstrates his supremacy through a test of speech. They erected a constellation and set it before Marduk. "Go, Marduk, cut off the life of the constellation. Let it be, then let it reform." He spoke, and at his word the constellation was destroyed. He spoke again, and the constellation was recreated. This passage describes Marduk's power of divine speech, the ability to unmake and remake reality through words alone. The test proves Marduk worthy to become king of the gods. His subsequent creation of the world involves both physical action, splitting Tiamat's body, and speech, commanding the celestial order. The implication is clear. Ultimate power resides in the ability to command reality through language. Sumerian literature contains an even more explicit connection between language and creation in the concept of Namshub, a type of divine incantation or spell that shapes reality. The most significant Namshub appears in the epic Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta, composed around 2000 BCE. The text describes a time when, once upon a time, the whole universe, the people in unison, to Enlil in one tongue gave speech. But the contending god, the father Enki, the contending god, changed the speech in their mouths, brought contention into it, into the speech of man that had been one. This Sumerian text presents one of the earliest accounts of linguistic diversity as a divine act. Originally all humans spoke one language, directly addressing the god Enlil. The god Enki, for reasons the text does not make entirely clear, but which seem to involve rivalry between the gods, performs a Namshub, a divine speech act that fractures human language into many tongues. This prevents humans from maintaining unified speech with the divine. The concept of Namshub is fascinating because it describes language as a force that can restructure reality. A Namshub is not merely a description of action or a request to the gods. It is an operation on reality itself, comparable to what we might today call a program or algorithm. By speaking a Namshub, a god or a powerful human who knows the correct words can alter the fundamental parameters of existence. This understanding of divine speech had practical religious implications. Sumerian and Akkadian temples performed daily rituals that involved reciting specific prayers and hymns at specific times. These were not merely expressions of devotion, but necessary maintenance of cosmic order. The priests believed that correct performance of ritual speech kept the universe functioning. Neglect would lead to chaos. The Hebrew Bible, composed primarily between the 10th and 2nd centuries BCE, presents the most influential Western articulation of creation through divine speech. The opening of Genesis is structured as a series of divine commands that produce reality. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. 10 times in Genesis chapter 1, the formula "and God said" introduces a creative act. Light, sky, land, vegetation, sun, moon, stars, sea creatures, land animals, and finally humans all come into being through divine speech. The text emphasizes that God speaks and reality conforms. And God said, and it was plain. This is not metaphor or poetry in the ancient understanding, it is theology. The author of Genesis presents divine speech as the mechanism of creation. God does not physically craft the universe like a potter forming clay. God speaks the universe into existence. This concept has profound implications. It means that a language, or at least divine language, is prior to and more fundamental than material reality. The universe is, in a sense, made of words. The Hebrew word used for this creative speech is amar, the common verb to say. But the significance comes from the structure. God's speech is self-executing. There is no gap between God's word and its effect. When God says, "Let there be light," light immediately exists. The divine word is not symbolic or representational. It is directly causal and effective. This theology of creative speech extends beyond Genesis. Psalm 33:6 states, "By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and by the breath of his mouth all their host." Psalm 147:15, "He sends forth his command to the earth. His word runs swiftly." Isaiah 55:11, "So shall my word be that goes out from my mouth. It shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish that which I purpose, and shall succeed in the thing for which I sent it." These passages develop a consistent theology. God's word is active, powerful, and effective. It operates in the world as an independent force, accomplishing divine purposes. The prophets of Israel understood themselves as speaking God's word and therefore speaking words of power. "Thus says the Lord" was not merely an attribution, but a claim that the prophet's words carried divine authority and would accomplish what they proclaimed. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered between 1947 and 1956 in caves near the Dead Sea, include some of the oldest surviving manuscripts of biblical texts. Among them is 4Q Genesis, a fragment of Genesis copied in the 1st century BCE, making it approximately 2,000 years old. These scrolls demonstrate how carefully Jewish communities preserved sacred texts, viewing them not merely as historical records but as living divine speech, still active and powerful. Early Jewish interpretation of Genesis, preserved in rabbinic literature from the 2nd through 6th century CE, engaged intensely with questions about the creation account. The Talmud in Tractate Sanhedrin 38b discusses what language Adam spoke in Eden. The rabbis debated, was it Hebrew, Aramaic, some unique Adamic language? The majority concluded it was Hebrew, reasoning that Hebrew was the language God used to create the world, therefore it must be the language God taught to Adam. This conclusion rested on several observations. First, the Hebrew text of Genesis contains wordplay that only works in Hebrew. For example, Adam, is formed from Adamah, Adam, meaning ground or earth. Woman, Isha, is taken from man, Ish, The names of various plants and animals in Genesis sometimes reflect their characteristics in Hebrew. If these linguistic connections were intentional and original, not just artifacts of translation, then the creation account must have originally occurred in Hebrew. Second, the rabbis noted that the Ten Commandments, which were written by God's own finger according to Exodus, were written in Hebrew. If God wrote in Hebrew, then Hebrew must be God's language. Rabbi Yohanan in the Talmud states, the Torah was given in the holy language, meaning Hebrew, identifying it as the language of divine revelation. This identification of Hebrew as the divine language had enormous implications for Jewish practice. Every letter of the Torah became sacred, potentially containing hidden meanings. The study of Torah was not merely historical or ethical inquiry, but a form of divine encounter. Reading scripture was engaging with God's own words in God's own language. The mystical tradition of Judaism, particularly as developed in medieval Kabbalah, pushed this even further. The Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Creation, a Jewish mystical text compiled between the 2nd and 6th century CE, describes God creating the universe through combinations of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Each letter is a primordial force, a divine emanation. By combining these letters, essentially by speaking words, God generates reality. The Sefer Yetzirah states, 22 letters. He engraved them, he carved them, he permuted them, he weighed them, he transformed them, and with them he depicted all that was formed and all that would be formed. According to this text, the Hebrew alphabet is not a human convention for representing language, but the fundamental building blocks of creation itself. Matter and energy are, at the deepest level, combinations of these divine letters. Later Kabbalists elaborated this into complex systems of letter mysticism. The Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah compiled in 13th century Spain, contains extensive discussions of how each Hebrew letter embodies specific divine attributes and how the permutations of these letters generate the various levels of reality. The divine name, the tetragrammaton YHVH, becomes the concentrated essence of creative power, too holy to pronounce, containing within its 4 letters the entire process of divine self-revelation and cosmic creation. This reverence for the divine name had practical consequences. In Jewish practice, the tetragrammaton is not pronounced except by the high priest in the temple on Yom Kippur. Even in reading scripture, Jews substitute Adonai, Lord or Hashem, the name, when encountering the written tetragrammaton. This practice, which began in the Second Temple period, 516 BCE to 70 CE, led to the loss of the original pronunciation. We can reconstruct from Greek transcriptions and linguistic analysis that it was probably pronounced something like Yahweh, but the exact vocalization is uncertain. The Christian tradition inherited the Jewish theology of divine speech, but reinterpreted it radically. The Gospel of John, written around 90 to 100 CE, opens with the deliberate echo of Genesis. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. The Greek term translated as word is logos, a philosophically loaded term in Greek thought. Logos meant word, speech, reason, rational principle, and divine order all at once. By using this term, the Gospel of John makes a dramatic claim. The divine word through which God created the universe is not just speech, but a person, specifically Jesus Christ, whom the text later identifies as the Logos incarnate. This idea that divine creative speech is identical with a divine person represents a radical development in theology. It means that when God spoke, "Let there be light" in Genesis, God was speaking through the Logos, which is Christ. Creation happens through Christ, who is himself the Word. Matter, energy, space, and time are all expressions of this divine Logos. The implications are staggering. If Christ is the Logos through which all things were made, then Christ is present in every word, every rational principle, every coherent structure in the universe. The structure of an atom, the logic of mathematics, the grammar of language, the laws of physics, all are expressions of the Logos. Reality is, in this view, fundamentally linguistic or logical in structure, and that language logic is a divine person. This theology shaped Christian worship and practice. The recitation of Scripture became not just remembering historical events, but a form of communion with the living Word. The Eucharist, the central Christian ritual, reenacts Christ's Last Supper with his disciples, but the crucial element is the words of institution. "This is my body, this is my blood." These words, spoken by a priest, are believed to affect what they signify, transforming bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. This doctrine, known as transubstantiation in Catholic theology, is essentially a claim about the performative power of sacred speech. Islam, the third major Abrahamic religion, developed perhaps the most explicit theology of divine speech. The Quran, revealed to the Prophet Muhammad between 610 and 632 C, is understood in Islamic theology as the literal word of God, transmitted through the angel Gabriel to Muhammad, who recited it to his companions. The very name Quran derives from the Arabic root QR, meaning to recite or to read aloud. Muslims believe the Quran is the eternal, uncreated speech of God, existing with God before creation. When Muhammad recited the Quran, he was not authoring a text but transmitting divine speech that had existed eternally. This makes the Quran qualitatively different from other books. It is not a book about God, but God's own words, as direct and unmediated as possible. The opening of the Quran echoes the creative speech theology of Genesis. Surah 36:82. His command is only when he intends a thing that he says to it, be, and it is. The Arabic word used is kun, meaning be. God's creative act is instantaneous speech. God says be, and the thing exists. This doctrine, known as kun fayakun, be and it is, presents creation as immediate divine utterance. The theology of divine speech in Islam leads to specific practices. The Quran is most properly experienced in Arabic recitation, not translation. While translations exist and are useful for understanding, they are not considered the Quran itself, but interpretations of the Quran. The Quran in its essential form is the Arabic text as recited. This has preserved classical Arabic as a liturgical language throughout the Islamic world for 14 centuries, even in regions where Arabic is not the native language. Quranic recitation is an art form, with complex rules of tajweed, proper recitation, governing pronunciation, rhythm, and intonation. A skilled reciter called a qari spends years mastering these rules. The goal is to recite the Quran exactly as it was recited by Muhammad, preserving not just the words but the sound, the rhythm, the phonetic qualities. This practice reflects a belief that the sound itself, not just the meaning, carries spiritual power. The Hindu tradition of India, developing parallel to but independent of the Abrahamic religions, contains equally sophisticated theologies of divine speech. The Vedas, the oldest sacred text of Hinduism, are called Shruti, literally, that which is heard. Unlike later Hindu texts called Smriti, remembered, the Vedas are believed to be eternal divine knowledge, heard by ancient seers, rishis, in states of deep meditation, and transmitted orally with extraordinary precision for thousands of years before being written down. The oldest Veda, the Rig Veda, composed around 1500 to 1200 BCE, contains hymns addressing various deities. But underlying the multiplicity of gods is a concept of cosmic order called Arta, and this order is fundamentally linguistic or sonic in nature. Rigveda 10:125, the Devi Sukta or hymn to the goddess Vak, speech, presents speech itself as divine. I am the queen, the gatherer up of treasures, most thoughtful, first of those who merit worship. Thus, gods have established me in many places, with many homes to enter and abide in. I make the man I love exceedingly mighty, make him a sage, a rishi, and a Brahman. I verily myself announce and utter the word that gods and men alike shall welcome. I make the man I love exceedingly mighty, make him nourished, a sage, and one who knows Brahman. This hymn presents speech Vak as a goddess who exists before and beyond the gods, who empowers both gods and humans, who is the source of wisdom and authority. The Vedic seers understood language not as human convention, but as divine power that humans could access through correct recitation and understanding. The practical implication of this theology was the development of the most sophisticated system of oral preservation in human history. The Vedas were transmitted orally from master to student for at least 1,000 years before being written down. To ensure perfect preservation, Vedic priests developed multiple methods of recitation: word by word, padapatha, continuous recitation, samhitapatha, and various combinatorial patterns, krama, jata, gagana, that made any error immediately obvious. A student learning the Rigveda would spend years, sometimes decades, memorizing the entire text through repetitive recitation under a teacher's supervision. The student would recite each word, each syllable, each sound exactly as the teacher did, matching pronunciation, pitch, length, and accent. This system preserved the Vedas with extraordinary accuracy. When British scholars in the 19th century compared manuscripts of the Rig Veda from different parts of India, separated by thousands of miles and centuries of transmission, they found the texts virtually identical, differing only in a handful of minor spelling variations. The Vedic understanding of sacred sound goes beyond words to the level of individual sounds. The Upanishads, philosophical texts composed around 800 to 200 BCE, introduced the concept of Om or Aum, a sacred syllable considered the primordial sound of the universe. The Mandukya Upanishad devotes its entire text, just 12 verses, to explaining the significance of Om. It describes Om as composed of 3 sounds, A, U, M, representing waking, dreaming, and deep sleep states, and beyond these 3, a 4th state of pure consciousness. The Chandogya Upanishad 1.1.1 states, Om. This syllable is the whole of this world. Its further explanation is the past, the present, the future. Everything is just the word Om, and whatever else there is beyond the threefold time, that too is just the word Om. This passage makes an extraordinary claim. The sound Om is not a symbol for the universe, but is the universe, the sonic form of all existence. This theology led to practices of mantra meditation, where specific sounds or phrases are repeatedly chanted as a spiritual practice. The Bhagavad Gita, composed around 200 BC, advises, one should meditate on the Supreme Person with an unswerving mind aided by the method of yoga, and in this way one will be able to remember the Supreme Lord of all, the Ancient One, the Controller, smaller than the smallest, the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, inconceivable, and who is always luminous like the sun, transcendental beyond this material nature. The text emphasizes using the sound Om as a focal point for this meditation. In Buddhist tradition, which emerged from the Hindu context in the 6th century BCE, the power of speech takes different but related forms. The Buddha's teachings were preserved orally for approximately 400 years before being written down in Pali and Sanskrit. The earliest Buddhist texts begin with Evam me sutam, thus have I heard, indicating their oral origin and transmission. Buddhist practice includes the recitation of sutras, scriptural texts, the chanting of mantras, and the use of ritual language in various meditative and ceremonial contexts. Tibetan Buddhism developed an elaborate system of mantras, most famously Om Mani Padme Hum, believed to encapsulate the compassion of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Prayer wheels, inscribed with mantras, are spun by devotees, each rotation considered equivalent to a verbal recitation. The Buddhist understanding, however, adds a philosophical complexity. While sound and speech possess power, ultimately reality transcends language. The Buddha taught that attachment even to correct views and correct speech can be an obstacle. The goal is direct realization, beyond conceptual thought and linguistic formulation. This creates a paradox. Buddhism uses elaborate linguistic formulations to point toward a reality beyond language. What emerges from observing these diverse traditions, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Hebrew, Christian, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, is a remarkable consensus spanning cultures and millennia. Language is not merely human convention, but participates in or derives from divine creative power. Whether understood as Egyptian Heka, Mesopotamian Namshub, Hebrew Dabar, Greek Logos, Arabic Kun, Sanskrit Vak, or Buddhist mantra, sacred speech is performative, effective, and powerful. Words don't just describe reality, they shape it. This brings us to a crucial question. If ancient peoples across diverse cultures believe divine speech created the world, and if they believe this divine speech predated human language, Then what was this original divine language? What tongue did God speak when commanding light to exist? What sounds constituted the primordial creative word? The 11th chapter of Genesis contains one of the world's most influential stories about language, the Tower of Babel. The account is brief, only 9 verses, but its impact on Western thought about linguistic diversity is incalculable. Now the whole earth had one language and the same words, and as people migrated from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there, and they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly." And they had brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth." And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of man had built. And the Lord said, "Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do, and nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and there confuse their language, so that they may not understand one another's speech." So the Lord dispersed them from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. Therefore its name was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. And from there the Lord dispersed them over the face of all the earth. This story attempts to explain an observable reality. Humanity speaks thousands of different languages. The Genesis account presents this linguistic diversity not as natural development, but as divine punishment. Humans originally spoke one language, enabling them to coordinate their actions and attempt to build a tower reaching heaven. God, perceiving this as hubris or as a threat to the divine-human distinction, confuses their language, making mutual understanding impossible and forcing the dispersion of humanity across the earth. The story is set in the land of Shinar, which biblical scholars identify with Mesopotamia, specifically the region around ancient Babylon. The account references specific building technologies, brick and bitumen, which were indeed the standard building materials in Mesopotamia, where stone was scarce and reed-gathered bitumen from natural seeps served as mortar. This geographical and technological specificity suggests the story reflects actual Mesopotamian architecture. The most likely historical referent is the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, massive stepped pyramid structures that dominated the skylines of major cities. The largest and most famous was Etemenanki in Babylon, dedicated to the god Marduk. Etemenanki means Temple of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth in Akkadian, which strikingly parallels the Genesis description of a tower with its top in the heavens. Archaeological excavations in Babylon, conducted primarily by German archaeologist Robert Koldewey between 1899 and 1917, uncovered the base of Etemenanki. The structure was enormous. The base measured approximately 90 meters square, and based on ancient descriptions, the tower rose to a similar height, about 90 meters tall. The ziggurat consisted of 7 stepped levels, each painted a different color, with a temple to Marduk at the summit. The Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Babylon in the 5th century BCE, described Etemenanki in his histories in the middle of the sanctuary has been built a solid tower, and on this tower stands another, and again another on this, and so on up to the number of 8 towers. The ascent to these is outside, running spirally round all the towers. In the last tower there is a great temple, and in the temple is set a great couch, well covered, and a golden table is placed by it. Etemenanki underwent multiple destructions and reconstructions throughout Mesopotamian history. The Assyrian king Sennacherib destroyed it in 689 BCE. The Babylonian king Nabopolassar began its reconstruction around 625 BCE, and his son Nebuchadnezzar II completed the work. Cuneiform inscriptions document these reconstruction efforts. One inscription of Nebuchadnezzar reads, "Etemenanki, the ziggurat of Babylon, I made anew. I had it built as it had been in ancient times. The ziggurat was not merely a monument, but the centre of Babylon's religious life. The temple at its summit, called a Sagila, housed the cult statue of Marduk. During the New Year festival, the Akitu, the statue was carried in procession through the city, and rituals were performed to symbolically reenact creation, as described in the Enuma Elish. The ziggurat represented the axis mundi, the cosmic axis connecting earth and heaven, the point where the divine and human realms intersected. What does this historical context tell us about the Tower of Babel story? First, that the story reflects real knowledge of Mesopotamian architecture and religious practices. Second, that the ziggurat was not an act of human hubris against the gods, but a religious structure designed to honour the gods by providing them a dwelling place. The Genesis account inverts or reinterprets this understanding, presenting the tower as an act of human ambition and collective pride. The critical element of the story for our purposes is the linguistic component. The tower is possible because humans share one language, and the tower becomes impossible once God confuses their languages. This suggests that the ancient author understood language as the foundation of human civilization. Shared language enables coordination, which enables large-scale projects, which enables cities and empires. Linguistic diversity prevents such coordination, keeping human groups small and dispersed. But is there any historical basis for believing that humans once shared a single language? And if so, when? And what caused linguistic diversification? Modern linguistics provides a framework for thinking about these questions, though it arrives at very different answers than the Genesis account suggests. All evidence indicates that linguistic diversity is as old as humanity itself. There was never a time when all humans spoke one language, unless we go back to a period before true language existed, when our ancestors possessed only proto-linguistic communication systems. However, the Genesis story may preserve a cultural memory of something real, that specific human populations, speaking related languages, dispersed from a common homeland. This is exactly what linguistics reveals happened multiple times in human history, as populations migrated and their languages diverged. The best documented example is the spread of Indo-European languages. Today, languages from Iceland to India, including English, Spanish, Russian, Hindi and Persian, belong to the Indo-European language family. These languages share too many systematic similarities to be coincidental. They share common roots for basic vocabulary, similar grammatical structures, and regular sound correspondences. Linguists have reconstructed the ancestor of these languages, Proto-Indo-European, PIE, spoken approximately 4000 to 2500 BCE, by a population probably located in the Pontic-Caspian steppe north of the Black Sea. From this homeland, Indo-European speakers migrated in multiple waves, reaching Europe, Anatolia, Iran, and India. As populations separated and lost contact, their languages diverged. After a few centuries, dialectal differences became pronounced. After a millennium, mutual intelligibility was lost. After several millennia, the languages were so different that their common origin was not obvious until careful linguistic analysis revealed it. The Semitic language family shows a similar pattern. Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, Akkadian, and Amharic belong to this family, all descended from a Proto-Semitic language spoken perhaps 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, probably in the Levant or Arabian Peninsula. Again, migration and separation led to diversification. The Bantu expansion in Africa provides another example. Bantu languages, now spoken across most of sub-Saharan Africa, spread from a homeland in what is now Cameroon and Nigeria beginning around 3000 BCE. As Bantu-speaking populations migrated south and east, carrying agriculture and ironworking technologies, their languages diversified into the approximately 500 distinct Bantu languages spoken today. In each case, the pattern is the same. A population speaking a common language disperses geographically. Contact between groups diminishes, and over time the language splits into multiple distinct languages. This is exactly what the Babel story describes. Though the Genesis account compresses the timeline, in reality, linguistic divergence takes centuries and attributes the cause to divine intervention rather than natural processes. The Genesis story may also reflect the experience of empire. In ancient Mesopotamia, Akkadian served as a lingua franca, a common language enabling trade and diplomacy across diverse ethnic groups. The Akkadian Empire, established by Sargon of Akkad around 23-4 BCE, unified Mesopotamia under a single administration, with Akkadian as the official language. When empires collapsed, as the Akkadian Empire did after about 80 years, the linguistic unity they imposed fragmented. Similarly, Aramaic became the lingua franca of the Near East during the Neo-Assyrian Empire, 609 BCE, and the Persian Achaemenid Empire, 550-330 BCE. A merchant could travel from Egypt to Mesopotamia to Persia conducting business in Aramaic. The collapse of these empires saw Aramaic's dominance fade, replaced by Greek under Alexander's empire, and later by Arabic under Islamic expansion. Each transition created linguistic fragmentation. As local languages reasserted themselves, new dialects emerged. The builders of Babel spoke one language in the sense that a single administrative language enabled their coordinated labour. The confusion of tongues might metaphorically represent the fragmentation that occurs when centralised authority collapses, when a lingua franca loses its utility, when political unity gives way to division. Early Jewish interpretation of the Babel story, preserved in rabbinic literature and later medieval commentaries, debated what language humanity spoke before Babel and what languages emerged afterward. The dominant rabbinic view held that Hebrew was the original pre-Babel language. This conclusion rested on several arguments. First, the text itself is in Hebrew, and many proper names in Genesis, including Babel, are explained through Hebrew etymology. Second, the covenant with Abraham is conducted in Hebrew. Third, God reveals the Torah in Hebrew. Therefore, Hebrew must be the primordial language. The Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Sanhedrin 38b, discusses Adam's language. The ministering angels spoke Hebrew. Rabbi Johanan states, "It is not proper for one to speak in the Aramaic language in the land of Israel." The implication is clear. Hebrew is the sacred original language. Other languages, even related Semitic languages like Aramaic, are secondary. But not all Jewish scholars agreed. The medieval commentator Abraham ibn Ezra, 1089-1167, in his commentary on Genesis, notes the difficulty. If Hebrew was the original language, why are so many ancient names and places explained only in languages other than Hebrew? Some place names in Genesis have clear Akkadian or Egyptian etymologies, not Hebrew ones. Ibn Ezra suggests, somewhat radically for his time, that the Torah might use later names for places, or that language had already begun to diversify before the Babel incident. The historian Josephus, writing in the 1st century CE, offers a political interpretation of Babel in his Jewish antiquities. He presents Nimrod, mentioned in Genesis as a mighty hunter before the Lord, and associated with Babel as a tyrant who encouraged the tower's construction as an act of defiance against God, motivated by fear of another flood. Josephus writes, "He also gradually changed the government into tyranny, seeing no other way of turning men from the fear of God, but to bring them into a constant dependence on his power. Now the multitude were very ready to follow the determination of Nimrod and to esteem it a piece of cowardice to submit to God." This interpretation makes the tower not merely an engineering project, but a political and theological rebellion, an attempt to create human security through collective strength rather than dependence on divine providence. The confusion of languages thus becomes a divine corrective, preventing the consolidation of human power that could sustain such rebellion. Christian interpretations of Babel often contrast it with Pentecost, the event described in Acts 2 when the Holy Spirit descends on Jesus' disciples, enabling them to speak in languages they had not learned, and be understood by a multilingual crowd in Jerusalem. Acts 2:5-6 states, "Now there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews, devout men from every nation under heaven. And at this sound the multitude came together, and they were bewildered, because each one was hearing them speak in his own language." The Church Father Augustine of Hippo, 354-430 CE, explicitly connects Pentecost to Babel in his City of God. In that former diversity of tongues, there was a symbol of dissension. In this present bringing together of tongues, a symbol of unity in charity. What the insolence of pride scattered abroad is gathered together by the devotion of love. Augustine sees Babel as the origin of human division and Pentecost as its reversal, not by eliminating linguistic diversity but by transcending it through miraculous communication. Islamic tradition preserves similar stories about the Tower of Babel, though the Quran does not directly narrate the incident. The tower is mentioned in later Islamic literature, particularly in the Qisas al-Anbiya, stories of the prophets, compilations. In these accounts, the tower is built by Nimrod, portrayed as a tyrannical king who claimed divinity for himself. The tower is his attempt to ascend to heaven and confront God. God destroys the tower, confuses the languages, and disperses the peoples. The historian Al-Tabari, 839-923 CE, in his History of the Prophets and Kings, provides an elaborate account drawing on both biblical and Mesopotamian traditions. He describes 70 languages emerging from the original confusion, a number that became traditional in Islamic and Jewish exegesis, though clearly symbolic rather than literal. The number 70 appears frequently in biblical literature representing completeness or totality. The idea is not that exactly 70 languages exist, but that languages became diverse and numerous. What did medieval scholars think about linguistic diversity? For centuries, the Babel story shaped European understanding. Latin functioned as the common scholarly language of Western Europe throughout the Middle Ages. Church liturgy, legal documents, scientific treatises, and university instruction were all conducted in Latin. This created a situation analogous to the pre-Babel unity described in Genesis. Scholars from England, France, Italy, and Germany could communicate despite speaking different vernacular languages. The rise of vernacular literature in the late Middle Ages, Dante's Divine Comedy in Italian 1320, Chaucer's Canterbury Tales in Middle English 1387, and various Romance of the Rose versions in Old French, represented a legitimation of linguistic diversity. Dante himself, in De Vulgari Eloquentia, on eloquence in the vernacular 1303-1305, defended writing in Italian rather than Latin, but he also addressed the Babel question directly. Dante argues that Hebrew was indeed the original language, given by God to Adam, and preserved without corruption through Noah and his son Shem to Abraham and his descendants. All other languages resulted from the confusion at Babel, but Dante adds a complication: even Hebrew has changed over time. The Hebrew spoken in his day, he notes, differs from biblical Hebrew. This observation that even supposedly stable sacred languages evolve troubled medieval linguists, as it suggested that no perfectly pure original language remained accessible. The Renaissance brought renewed interest in ancient languages and the question of the original tongue. Humanist scholars studied Hebrew, Greek, Arabic, and Aramaic, searching for the linguistic key to Scripture. Some, like the German scholar Johannes Reuchlin, of 1455 to 1522, promoted the study of Hebrew as essential for Christian theology. Reuchlin's De Rudimentis Hebraicis, 1506, was among the first Hebrew grammars produced for Christian scholars. Others took more esoteric approaches. The Florentine philosopher Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, 1463–1494, studied Kabbalah and claimed to find hidden meanings in the Hebrew text of Scripture through various letter manipulation techniques. He believed that the Hebrew alphabet contained divine secrets, that each letter corresponded to cosmic principles, and that rearranging the letters according to Kabbalistic rules could reveal hidden knowledge. The German Jesuit Athanasius Kircher, 1602–1680, represents the culmination and exhaustion of this tradition. Kircher was enormously learned, mastering multiple languages including Coptic, the last stage of the ancient Egyptian language, still used in Coptic Christian liturgy. When Egyptian hieroglyphs were discovered in Europe, brought back as souvenirs from Egypt, Kircher attempted to decipher them. In his massive work Oedipus Aegyptiacus, 1652–1654, Kircher presented elaborate interpretations of hieroglyphic texts, which he believed contained ancient mystical wisdom. Unfortunately, Kircher's interpretations were almost entirely wrong. He believed hieroglyphs were purely symbolic, each sign representing complex theological and philosophical concepts, rather than phonetic values or words. He produced page after page of mystical interpretation, seeing in simple inscriptions elaborate descriptions of cosmic processes and divine mysteries. When hieroglyphs were actually deciphered in the 19th century, scholars discovered that many texts Kircher had interpreted as profound theological statements were mundane inscriptions like, "King so-and-so built this temple." Kircher also attempted to trace all languages back to Hebrew. He created elaborate genealogical trees showing how Hebrew had diversified into Egyptian, which became Coptic, into Phoenician, which became Greek, into Aramaic, which became Arabic, and so on. While some of these relationships are real, Aramaic and Arabic are indeed related, both being Semitic languages, Kircher's methods were entirely speculative based on superficial sound similarities rather than systematic comparison. The English mathematician and occultist John Dee, 1527–1608, took a different approach. Frustrated by the corruption and diversity of human languages, Dee claimed to have received, through his medium Edward Kelly, a new language revealed by angels, Enochian. According to Dee's diaries between 1582 and 1589, Kelly would enter a trance state, gaze into a crystal, and communicate with angelic beings who taught them this celestial language. Enochian, as recorded by Dee, consisted of an alphabet, a vocabulary of several hundred words, and a complex grammar. Dee believed this was the language Adam had spoken in Eden before the fall, preserved by the patriarch Enoch, mentioned briefly in Genesis as one who walked with God and was not, for God took him, and now revealed again for Dee's use in magical operations. The language was to be used for summoning angels and commanding spiritual forces. Modern linguistic analysis of Enochian reveals it to be a constructed language probably created consciously or unconsciously by Kelly, with a grammar influenced by English and Latin. Nevertheless, it represents a fascinating example of the human drive to access or recreate a pure, divine language. Dee's project, despite its occult framework, shares a motivation with more orthodox scholars, the belief that language in its perfect form contains power and gives access to divine knowledge. By the 17th century, the search for the original Adamic language had reached a crisis. Too many candidates existed: Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, Coptic, even invented languages like Enochian. Scholars had no reliable method to determine which was genuine. More troubling, systematic comparison of languages was revealing relationships that contradicted biblical timelines. If Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic were related, which they clearly were, did one descend from the others, or did they share a common ancestor? And if they shared a common ancestor, Could that be Hebrew, or must it be something older? These questions set the stage for the birth of modern linguistics, which would answer them in ways the medieval scholars never anticipated, undermining the very foundations of the Babel story, while revealing an even more complex and fascinating history of language. On February 2nd, 1786, Sir William Jones, a British judge and scholar stationed in Calcutta, delivered a lecture to the Asiatic Society that would revolutionise the study of language. Jones had spent several years studying Sanskrit, the classical language of Indian literature and Hindu scripture. What he discovered astonished him. He told the assembled society, "The Sanskrit language, whatever be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of verbs and in the forms of grammar, than could possibly have been produced by accident, so strong indeed that no philologer could examine them all three, without believing them to have sprung from some common source which, perhaps, no longer exists." This observation, though seemingly modest, was revolutionary. Jones was proposing that three languages, Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit, which belong to geographically distant civilizations and literary traditions, separated by thousands of miles and apparently independent histories, actually descended from a common ancestor. He continued, "There is a similar reason, though not quite so forcible, for supposing that both the Gothic and the Celtic, though blended with a very different idiom, had the same origin with the Sanskrit, and the Old Persian might be added to the same family." Jones was not the first to notice similarities between European and Indian languages. As early as the 16th century, European travellers to India had remarked on curious resemblances between Sanskrit and European words. In 1583, the English Jesuit missionary Thomas Stephens wrote from Goa that Sanskrit shared similarities with Greek and Latin. In 1747, Dutch scholar Marcus Zurius van Boxhorn had proposed a Scythian family of related languages, including Persian, Greek, Latin, Celtic, and Germanic languages. What made Jones's pronouncement different was its timing and institutional context. Jones was a respected scholar and a founding member of the Asiatic Society. His statements carried authority. The intellectual climate had shifted. Empirical observation and systematic comparison were replacing speculation. Jones's insight catalyzed a systematic investigation that would, over the next century, create the discipline of comparative linguistics. The key to the comparative method, which Jones initiated and his successors refined, is the observation that languages change over time in systematic, rule-governed ways. Random similarities between languages can occur by chance or through borrowing, but when we find systematic correspondences where a particular sound in one language regularly corresponds to a particular sound in another across many words, we can infer common ancestry. For example, consider the word for father: Sanskrit, Pita, Latin, Pater, Greek, Pater Old English, Fader, Modern English, Father, Gothic, Fadar, Old, Irish, Athir. These words are too similar in too many languages to be coincidental. The pattern is clear. An initial P sound in Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit corresponds to F in Germanic languages. This is not limited to this one word, but appears systematically. Compare Latin piscis, English, fish, Latin pes, English foot, Latin plenus, English full. This correspondence is not random but regular, predictable, and operates across hundreds of words. This pattern is called Grimm's Law, identified by Jacob Grimm, yes, one of the brothers Grimm of fairy tale fame, in 1822. Grimm's Law describes systematic sound shifts that occurred in the Germanic branch of Indo-European explaining why Germanic languages differ from their Indo-European relatives in predictable ways. The Danish scholar Rasmus Rask, 1787 to 1832, had independently begun similar work, demonstrating relationships between Icelandic and other Germanic languages in his 1814 investigation on the origin of the Old Norse or Icelandic language. Rask travelled extensively, studying languages from Iceland to Sri Lanka, and was among the first to include Armenian in the Indo-European family. By the 1830s, German scholar Franz Bopp had published his comparative grammar of Sanskrit, Zend, Greek, Latin, Lithuanian, Old Slavic, Gothic, and German, systematically demonstrating the relationships between these languages. The family tree of what was now called Indo-European, or in German scholarship Indo-Germanic, was taking shape. The discovery of Indo-European posed a direct challenge to biblical accounts. The timeline didn't fit. According to traditional biblical chronology, calculated by adding up the genealogies in Genesis, creation occurred around 4004 BCE, per Archbishop Usher's famous calculation. The Tower of Babel, where languages supposedly diversified, occurred sometime after the flood, perhaps around 3000 BCE. But linguistic analysis suggested that Proto-Indo-European was spoken earlier than this, perhaps around 4000 BCE or earlier, and that the diversification of Indo-European languages took thousands of years, not a miraculous instant. More troubling, the relationships between languages suggested gradual natural evolution rather than sudden divine confusion. Languages didn't spring into existence fully formed, but developed through regular sound changes, grammatical shifts, and vocabulary evolution over many generations. There was no evidence of supernatural intervention, no sudden break, no linguistic chaos, just slow, orderly change following predictable patterns. The existence of language families unrelated to Indo-European further complicated the picture. In the Caucasus, languages like Georgian belong to the Kartvelian family, unrelated to Indo-European. In East Asia, Chinese belong to the Sino-Tibetan family. In Africa, hundreds of languages were being documented that clearly didn't descend from Hebrew or any other Middle Eastern language. The world's linguistic diversity was far greater than the 70 languages of tradition, and these languages showed patterns of relationship that contradicted a single origin in Mesopotamia. By the late 19th century, scholars had identified multiple language families: Indo-European, Semitic, part of the larger Afroasiatic family, Uralic, Finnish, Hungarian and related languages, Altaic, Turkish, Mongolian and related languages, though this grouping is now disputed, Niger-Congo, most African languages south of the Sahara, Austronesian, languages from Madagascar to Easter Island, and many others. Each family showed internal relationships but no clear connection to other families. This raised profound questions. Did all these language families descend from a single original language? If so, how far back do we need to go to find it? Or did language evolve independently multiple times in different human populations? The decipherment of ancient scripts added crucial evidence. For centuries, Egyptian hieroglyphs had been unreadable, mysterious symbols on monuments and papyri. The key to their decipherment was the Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799 by French soldiers during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. The stone, now in the British Museum, bears the same text in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic, the ceremonial script; demotic, the everyday cursive script of later ancient Egypt, and ancient Greek. The French scholar Jean-François Champollion, 1790 to 1832, spent years studying the Rosetta Stone. Earlier scholars had assumed hieroglyphs were purely symbolic, each sign representing an idea or concept rather than a sound. Champollion's breakthrough came when he realized that hieroglyphs combined phonetic and ideographic elements. Some signs represented sounds, phonograms, some represented concepts, ideograms, and some served as determinatives, clarifying which category of thing a word belonged to. In 1802, Champollion published his Lettre à Monsieur Dacier, announcing his decipherment. He demonstrated that the cartouches, oval frames containing hieroglyphs, on the Rosetta Stone contained the names of Greek rulers like Ptolemy and Cleopatra. By comparing these names, written in both Greek and hieroglyphs, he identified the phonetic values of multiple hieroglyphic signs. Once this key was established, the entire system began to unlock. The impact was enormous. Suddenly, thousands of Egyptian texts became readable. The language they revealed was Egyptian, a member of the Afro-Asiatic language family, which includes Semitic languages, but distinct and ancient. The earliest hieroglyphic inscriptions dated to around 3200 BCE, roughly contemporary with Sumerian cuneiform, and Egyptian remained in use for over 3,000 years until it was finally replaced by Greek and Coptic. The decipherment revealed that ancient Egyptian, like all other languages, had evolved and changed. Old Egyptian, circa 3000–2000 BCE, differed from Middle Egyptian, 2000–1300 BCE, which differed from Late Egyptian, 1300–700 BCE, which differed from Demotic, 700 BCE–400 CE, which differed from Coptic, 300–1400 CE, and still used liturgically today. Far from being a stable divine language, Egyptian demonstrated exactly the kind of gradual evolution that the comparative method predicted. Mesopotamian cuneiform proved even more difficult to decipher because it had been used to write multiple unrelated languages. The breakthrough came through the Behistun inscription, carved on a cliff face in western Iran, by order of the Persian king Darius III around 520 BCE. The inscription, written in 3 languages, Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, Akkadian, all in cuneiform script, was essentially a multilingual monument analogous to the Rosetta Stone. The British officer Henry Rawlinson, stationed in Persia, spent years copying the inscription from the cliff face, often at great personal risk. The inscription was located about 60 metres above the ground on a sheer rock face. Rawlinson used ladders and ropes, and in some cases had to have local boys climb the cliff to make impressions of the text. He worked on the inscription during the 1840s, making paper moulds of the inscription to create reliable copies. Old Persian was the easiest to decipher because scholars already knew the later form of Persian from Islamic-era texts. By 1846, Rawlinson had deciphered the Old Persian version. This gave him proper names and some vocabulary that appeared in the other 2 versions. Working backward from these known elements, Rawlinson and other scholars gradually deciphered Elamite and Babylonian cuneiform. The decipherment of Akkadian opened up Mesopotamian literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh, excavated from Ashurbanipal's library, was published and translated by George Smith in 1872, causing a sensation because it contained a flood story similar to Noah's flood in Genesis. Suddenly, the biblical flood narrative was not unique, but part of a wider ancient Near Eastern tradition. The Babylonian version was older than the earliest biblical texts, suggesting that the Israelites had borrowed and adapted existing Mesopotamian stories rather than receiving unique divine revelation. The 20th century brought new challenges and new methods to linguistics. Swiss linguist Ferdinand de Saussure (1857–1913), in his course in General Linguistics, published posthumously in 1916, revolutionized linguistic theory by distinguishing between langue, the abstract system of language, and parole, more actual speech, and between synchronic, studying language at a single point in time, and diachronic, studying language change over time, approaches. Saussure emphasized that languages are systems, with each element defined by its relationships to other elements, not by any inherent meaning. The American linguist Edward Sapir, 1884–1939, and his student Benjamin Lee Whorf, 1897 to 1941, proposed what became known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, that the language we speak influences how we think and perceive reality. While strong versions of this hypothesis, claiming language determines thought, have been largely rejected, weaker versions, language influences certain cognitive patterns, remain debated and researched. Noam Chomsky, beginning in the 1950s, proposed that human language capacity so rests on innate universal grammar, a set of linguistic principles hardwired into the human brain by evolution. Chomsky argued that all human languages, despite superficial differences, share deep structural similarities, and that children acquire language not by learning arbitrary conventions, but by activating innate linguistic knowledge. This theory sparked decades of research and debate, revolutionizing how linguists think about language acquisition and the nature of human linguistic ability. The question of language origins remained contentious. Chomsky himself initially considered it a problem that would remain a mystery, unsuitable for scientific investigation, because we could never directly observe the evolution of language. This pessimism reflected real challenges. Language doesn't fossilize. Unlike bones, tools, or pottery, spoken language leaves no direct physical evidence. We can infer some things from anatomy, Broca's area in the brain, the shape of the vocal tract, the position of the hyoid bone, from genetics, the FOXP2 gene and others involved in speech, and from the archaeological record, symbolic artifacts suggesting complex thought. But we cannot know what the first languages sounded like or when exactly language as we know it emerged. Nevertheless, linguists have attempted to reconstruct very deep language relationships. Joseph Greenberg, 1915 to 2001, an American linguist, proposed several controversial macro-families of languages. He argued that all Native American languages, incredibly diverse, descended from three ancestral languages brought by three separate waves of migration from Asia. He proposed an Eurasiatic macro-family, linking Indo-European, Uralic, Altaic, Korean, Japanese, and Ainu. He even speculated about a Nostratic superfamily that would include Indo-European, Afroasiatic, Uralic, Altaic, Kartvelian, and Dravidian, essentially most of the languages of Europe, the Middle East, and Northern Asia. Most controversial was the concept of proto-world or proto-human, a hypothetical single language ancestral to all human languages. Some linguists, including Greenberg and the Russian scholars Vladislav Ilyich Svitek and Aharon Dolgopolsky, claim to identify cognates, words with common ancestry across unrelated language families, suggesting ultimate common origin. They pointed to similar-sounding words for basic concepts like tick for fingerhush one, or aqua for water, appearing across multiple language families. The linguistic establishment largely rejected these proposals as methodologically unsound. The problem is that languages change so much over time that after about 10,000 years, detecting relationships becomes nearly impossible. Random similarities start to outnumber genuine cognates. The methods that work for Indo-European, where we have written records of ancient stages like Sanskrit and Latin to constrain reconstruction, don't work reliably for language. Family is separated by tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the very concept of a proto-world language is problematic. For such a language to exist, there must have been a time when all humans spoke a single language. This would require either that language evolved only once and spread as humans migrated, or that an earlier diversity of languages collapsed to a single language during a population bottleneck. The genetic evidence suggests modern humans passed through a population bottleneck. The Toba catastrophe theory proposes that a volcanic super-eruption around 1,000 years ago reduced the human population to perhaps 10,000 individuals. If language existed at this point, The survivors might have spoken closely related dialects or even a single language. But we don't know if language existed in its modern form 74,000 years ago. Language capacity certainly existed. The anatomy and genetics were in place, but fully modern language, with complex grammar, large vocabulary and abstract expression, cannot be certain. The earliest clear evidence of symbolic thought and complex culture dates to around 70,000 to 50,000 years ago, close to but slightly after the Toba event. This timing might be coincidental, or it might suggest that the population bottleneck somehow catalyzed cultural and linguistic evolution. The 21st century has brought computational methods to bear on these questions. In 2013, researchers at the University of Auckland published a study using computational phylogenetics, methods borrowed from evolutionary biology, to analyze relationships between 103 Austronesian languages. They created evolutionary trees based on cognate words, treating language evolution like biological evolution. Their results suggested that Austronesian languages began to diversify around 400 years ago from a homeland in Taiwan, then spread across the Pacific, reaching Easter Island and Madagascar. Similar methods have been applied to other language families, though with varying success. The challenge is that language evolution doesn't follow exactly the same rules as biological evolution. Languages can borrow words from each other, horizontal transfer, can undergo rapid change due to cultural shifts, and can maintain archaic features in ritualized contexts. These complications make evolutionary modeling difficult. In 2011, researchers at the University of California, Berkeley published an analysis of sound patterns across more than 500 languages worldwide. They found that languages spoken by populations farther from Africa tend to have fewer phonemes, distinct sounds. This pattern matches what we see in genetic diversity. Human populations farther from Africa have less genetic diversity because they descend from small founder populations that migrated. If the same pattern holds for phonemes, it suggests that language diversity, like genetic diversity, traces back to an African origin. The study, led by Quentin Atkinson, proposed that this phonemic diversity pattern points to a single origin of language in Africa, with an initial language rich in phonemes, perhaps including click sounds which are rare outside Africa, gradually losing phonemic diversity as small populations migrated and founded new language communities. This study proved highly controversial, with critics arguing that phoneme counts are influenced by many factors and that the statistical methods used were questionable. A 2016 study took a different approach, analysing structural features of languages, grammar, word order, the presence or absence of specific linguistic features across 2,000 languages. The researchers found no clear phylogenetic signal beyond the level of established language families. In other words, the methods that work for reconstructing relationships within Indo-European or Austronesian don't detect relationships between different families. This could mean either that languages beyond a certain time depth have diverged beyond our ability to detect relationships, or that different language families genuinely have independent origins. The possibility of multiple origins of language remains open. If language evolved gradually over hundreds of thousands of years, different human populations might have developed language-like communication systems independently, which later converged as populations mixed. Or language might have emerged in one population and spread through cultural transmission and interbreeding as humans migrated out of Africa. We don't currently have enough evidence to decide between these scenarios. What we can say with confidence is that every language on Earth is equally complex, equally capable of expressing the full range of human thought. The 19th century idea that some languages are primitive and others advanced has been thoroughly debunked. Languages vary in their structures. Some have complex systems of noun classes, some have intricate verb conjugations, Some have minimal morphology but complex tonal systems, but these differences don't correlate with the cognitive abilities or cultural sophistication of their speakers. A language spoken by a small hunter-gatherer community in the Amazon is as grammatically complex, as capable of abstract expression, as English or Mandarin. Language complexity doesn't correspond to technological advancement. In fact, some of the world's most grammatically complex languages are spoken by small traditional communities, while some widely spoken international languages have relatively simple grammar. English, for instance, has lost most of the grammatical case system that its ancestor, Indo-European, had. This equality of languages undermines any claim that one language could be more divine or original than another. Hebrew is not more sacred than Arabic, Sanskrit is not more primordial than Greek, English is not more advanced than any tribal language in Papua New Guinea. All languages are equally human, equally the product of hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, equally adapted to the needs of their speaker communities. Despite the scientific consensus that language evolved naturally, without divine intervention, the question remains, why did so many ancient cultures believe language came from the gods? And specifically, why did they believe in divine speech as the mechanism of creation? What is the relationship between language and reality that made this theology seem so natural to ancient thinkers? To approach these questions, we need to examine what might be called the phenomenology of language, how language appears and feels to those who use it, separate from its scientific explanation. Before linguistics existed, before anyone understood sound change laws or reconstructed proto-languages, humans experienced language as extraordinary, mysterious, and powerful. This experiential dimension of language provides insight into why divine language theories emerged. Consider a basic linguistic fact. Words are arbitrary. The sound sequence tree has no inherent connection to the tall woody plant it represents. Different languages will use entirely different sounds for the same concept. Arbor in Latin, dendro in Greek, mu in Chinese, derevo in Russian, ruk in Persian, etz in Hebrew. Yet in each case, native speakers experience these sounds as somehow fitting, natural, almost inevitable. This is one of language's paradoxes. Words are arbitrary conventions, yet they don't feel arbitrary to those who speak them. Ancient linguists noticed this paradox. The Greek philosopher Plato, 428–348 BCE, devoted an entire dialogue, the Cratylus, to the question of whether names are natural or conventional. Cratylus, one of the dialogue's characters, argues that names have a natural correctness, that tree somehow captures the essence of treeness. Hermogenes, another character, argues that names are merely conventional agreements. Socrates, as usual in Platonic dialogues, explores both positions, finding merits and difficulties in each, without settling definitively on either. Plato's own philosophy suggests a middle position. Words approximate the ideal forms, his famous theory of forms, but never perfectly capture them. The word tree attempts to name the ideal form of tree, which exists in a transcendent realm of perfect concepts. All physical trees are imperfect copies of this ideal tree, and the word tree is our imperfect attempt to name it. In this view, language has a natural basis, it points toward real essences, but is inevitably inadequate. Being merely human and physical, it cannot fully grasp the transcendent forms. Aristotle, 384–322 BCE, Plato's student, took a more pragmatic view. In his work on interpretation, Aristotle writes, "Spoken words are the symbols of mental experience and written words are the symbols of spoken words. Just as all men have not the same writing, so all men have not the same speech sounds, but the mental experiences, which these directly symbolize, are the same for all, as also are those things of which our experiences are the images." Aristotle here articulates a theory of language as conventional symbolism. Sounds differ between language, but they all point to the same mental concepts, which in turn correspond to the same objective realities. This theory makes language a human creation. We choose the sounds, but grounds it in objective reality. The things we name and the concepts we form are real. Language is conventional but not arbitrary, in the sense of being disconnected from reality. This Aristotelian view dominated Western philosophy for centuries and formed the basis for medieval theories of language. The medieval scholastics, particularly Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, developed complex theories of how words signify, distinguishing between signification, what a word means, supposition, what a word refers to in a particular context, and various other semantic properties. But the scholastics also inherited the Hebrew and Christian theology of divine creative speech. This created tension. If language is conventional human creation, how can God's language create reality? The solution was to distinguish between human language, conventional signs for things, and divine language, the creative power that brings things into existence. Human words name what exists. Divine words cause what they name to exist. This distinction appears clearly in Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica. Aquinas argues that God's knowledge and God's word are identical with God's essence. When God knows something, that thing exists, because God's knowledge is creative. When God speaks, God creates. For God, there is no gap between thought, word, and reality. Human language works by representation. Our words stand for things distinct from the words. Divine language works by identity. God's word is one with the reality it creates. This theology preserves both the conventional human nature of language and the creative divine nature of God's speech. They are categorically different kinds of communication. The problem is that this radical distinction makes divine language completely inaccessible to human understanding. If God's language operates by entirely different principles than ours, we cannot reason about it, study it, or hope to understand it. It becomes a theological assertion we must accept on faith, not something we can investigate or reconstruct. The Kabbalists attempted a different synthesis. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, developed elaborate theories of language that tried to bridge the gap between human and divine speech. The central text of Kabbalah, the Zohar, presents Hebrew not as one conventional language among many, but as the structure of reality itself. Each of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet represents a channel or emanation of divine energy. Reality consists of combinations and permutations of these letters. The Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Creation, a foundational Kabbalistic text, describes God creating the universe through 32 wondrous paths of wisdom, the 10 Sephirot, divine emanations, and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The text explains how God combined letters to create air, water, fire, the heavens, and the earth. Creation is essentially a linguistic or mathematical process, a divine combinatorics. This Kabbalistic view has an interesting parallel with modern physics. Physicists describe the universe in terms of fundamental particles and forces governed by mathematical laws. The standard model of particle physics classifies matter into quarks and leptons, interacting through 4 fundamental forces. In a sense, modern physics presents reality as composed of a small number of basic elements combined according to mathematical rules, not unlike the Kabbalistic vision of reality as combinations of divine letters following spiritual laws. The mathematician and philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1716, who corresponded with Kabbalist scholars, attempted to create a characteristica universalis, a universal language based on logical principles that would allow all knowledge to be expressed in precise mathematical form. Leibniz believed that if we could create a perfect logical language, disputes could be resolved by calculation. Instead of arguing philosophically, disputants could say, "Let us calculate and work out the truth mathematically." Leibniz's project failed. Natural language is too complex, too embedded in human culture and cognition to be replaced by pure logic. But his vision influenced the development of formal logic in the 19th and 20th centuries. George Boole's Boolean algebra, Gottlob Frege's predicate logic, and ultimately the mathematical foundations of computer science all descend from Leibniz's dream of a perfectly rational language. Modern computers, in a sense, operate using exactly the kind of language Leibniz envisioned: formal, logical, mathematical languages where words, commands, directly cause effects, computational operations. When a computer executes the command ADD-AB, it performs addition. The gap between word and action is eliminated. Programming languages exhibit the performative power that ancient theologians attributed to divine speech. This observation points toward a deeper connection. The ancient intuition that divine language must be creative, not merely descriptive, captures something important about the relationship between information and reality. In modern physics, information is increasingly understood not as a description of reality, but as a fundamental aspect of reality itself. The physicist John Archibald Wheeler proposed the concept it from bit, the idea that physical reality emerges from information. Wheeler suggested that every physical quantity, every it, derives its ultimate significance from bits, binary yes or no measurements. In this view, the universe is fundamentally informational, and matter and energy are manifestations of information. Quantum mechanics lends support to this idea. The quantum state of a system is described by a wave function, which is essentially information about probable measurement outcomes. Before measurement, the system exists in a superposition of states. Measurement collapses the wave function, selecting one definite state. This has led some physicists and philosophers to suggest that observational measurement, essentially information gathering, plays a constitutive role in reality, not just an epistemic role in our knowledge. These ideas remain controversial and interpretatively complex, but they suggest that the ancient intuition connecting language, or information, or logos, or divine speech with the structure of reality may not have been entirely wrong. Perhaps reality is structured like language, or perhaps language is structured like reality, or perhaps both emerge from some deeper principle that is simultaneously logical, informational, and physical. The mathematical structure of the universe provides another angle on this question. Eugene Wigner, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, wrote a famous essay titled The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences, 1960. Wigner observed that mathematical concepts developed purely abstractly, without thought of physical application, often turn out to describe natural phenomena with eerie precision. Why should the universe obey mathematical laws? Why should equations we invent in our minds correspond to processes in the physical world? Mathematics is a formal language, perhaps the most rigorous language humans have created. Like natural language, it uses symbols that represent concepts and follows grammatical rules, mathematical axioms and logic. Unlike natural language, mathematical language has precise, unambiguous semantics. When we write 2 + 2 = 4, this statement has exactly one meaning, true in all contexts. The fact that the universe obeys mathematical laws suggests that reality itself has a linguistic or logical structure. The equations of physics, Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism, Einstein's field equations for gravity, Schrödinger's equation for quantum mechanics, don't just describe reality, they seem to capture something essential about how reality works. They're almost like the universe's source code, the program it runs on. When physicists talk about the laws of nature, they're using metaphorical language inherited from theology. A law implies a lawgiver, Natural law originally meant divine law, the order God imposed on creation. The scientific revolution secularized this concept, presenting natural laws as inherent to nature rather than imposed from without. But the terminology and the underlying intuition remain. The universe behaves according to rational principles, as if following instructions, as if obeying a code. The term code has become especially relevant with the discovery of DNA structure in 1953 by James Watson and Francis Crick. DNA stores genetic information using a four-letter alphabet. The nucleotides adenine, A, guanine, or G, cytosine C, and thymine T. These nucleotides are arranged in sequences that encode instructions for building proteins. Groups of 3 nucleotides codons specify particular amino acids. The sequence of codons determines the sequence of amino acids, which determines the protein's structure and function. This is explicitly a linguistic or informational system. Biologists speak of the genetic code, transcription, copying DNA to RNA, translation, using RNA to build proteins, reading the genome, and editing genes. These are not metaphors in the loose sense, but accurate descriptions. DNA functions as a language, transmitting information that produces biological structures and behaviors. The implications are profound. Life is fundamentally informational. An organism is not just matter and energy, but information that organizes matter and energy into functional patterns. When you inherit traits from your parents, you're receiving not just their molecules, which are replaced over time, but their information, their genetic code. Life propagates information across generations, creating continuity of form and function despite complete turnover of material substrate. This understanding of life resonates with ancient religious intuitions. When Genesis describes God speaking humans into existence, it may be describing in prescientific language something like the encoding of human nature in genetic information. The word that creates humans is not unlike the genetic code that specifies human anatomy, physiology, and instincts. Obviously, the ancient authors didn't know about DNA, but they grasped something important, that creation involves the imposition of form and order, and that language or word provides an apt metaphor, or more than metaphor, for this process. The physicist Paul Davies, in his book The Fifth Miracle, 1999, argues that the origin of life is fundamentally a problem of information, not chemistry. The first self-replicating molecules faced a bootstrapping problem. They needed to store information about how to copy themselves, but they needed to be able to copy themselves to store that information. Life began when some molecular system discovered how to encode instructions for its own replication. This is an informational breakthrough, not just a chemical one. If the origin of life involved the emergence of biological information, and if the universe itself operates according to mathematical information, natural laws, then perhaps the ancient intuition that word or information or logos is fundamental wasn't wrong. It was imprecise, metaphorical, embedded in theological frameworks that modern science rejects, but it pointed towards something real, that information is not secondary to matter and energy, but equally fundamental, perhaps even primary. This perspective suggests a reinterpretation of the ancient theologies of divine speech. When the Egyptian Memphite theology says Ptah creates through heart and tongue, thought and speech, it may be describing the role of information and order in creation. When Genesis says God speaks creation into existence, it may be expressing in mythological terms that the universe is structured by logos, by rational principles. When the Hindu texts describe creation emerging from primordial sound, they may be intuiting that reality has a vibrational or wave-like basis, which quantum mechanics confirms. These reinterpretations don't validate ancient theology in its literal claims. The universe wasn't created in 6 days. God didn't speak Akkadian or Hebrew or Sanskrit. The Tower of Babel story is not historical. But the underlying intuition that language or logos or information is somehow primary, that reality has a rational structure, that order and meaning are built into the cosmos. This intuition finds surprising support in modern physics, information theory, and biology. The question, what language did God speak, may therefore be reframed. Not as what vocabulary and grammar did a supernatural being use, but as what is the informational structure of reality? What are the fundamental principles, the logical or mathematical laws that govern existence? Framed this way, physics and cosmology are attempting to discover the answer, to read the language in which the universe is written, as Galileo put it. Galileo Galilei, 1564 to 1642, often considered the father of modern science, wrote in the Essaya 1623, "Philosophy is written in this grand book, I mean the universe, which stands continually open to our gaze, but it cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language and interpret the characters in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometrical figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth." Galileo here articulates what would become the foundational principle of modern science. The universe is intelligible, and mathematics is the language of that intelligibility. This is a secularized version of the Logos theology. The universe has rational structure, and human reason can grasp it by learning its language. Galileo's mathematical language replaces, or perhaps specifies more precisely, the divine word of theology. While scientists and philosophers debated the origin and structure of language, the 20th and 21st centuries witnessed an unprecedented linguistic catastrophe: the rapid extinction of human languages. Today, approximately 7,000 languages are spoken on Earth. Linguists estimate that a language dies on average every 2 weeks. By the end of this century, half of all currently spoken languages may be extinct. This mass extinction represents the inverse of the Tower of Babel. Where Babel dispersed humanity and multiplied languages, globalization concentrates humanity and eliminates linguistic diversity. English, Mandarin, Chinese, Spanish, and a handful of other languages expand their reach, while thousands of smaller languages disappear. Each extinction erases not just a vocabulary and grammar, but an entire way of understanding the world, a unique cultural perspective accumulated over millennia. The process of language death is disturbingly uniform across the world. A dominant language, the language of government, education, commerce, and media, surrounds a smaller language community. Parents, wanting their children to succeed economically, speak to them in the dominant language rather than their ancestral tongue. Children grow up understanding but not speaking their grandparents' language. Within 2 or 3 generations, the language disappears, surviving only in recordings and word lists compiled by linguists desperate to document what is being lost. Consider the case of Ayak, a language of Alaska. Marie Smith Jones, born in 1918, was the last fluent speaker of Ayak. Her sister Sophie was the next to last speaker. After Sophie died in 1992, Marie was alone. Linguist Michael Krauss worked with Marie for years, documenting her language, recording her stories, compiling grammatical descriptions. Marie continued to speak Ayak, even though no one could answer her in the language. She sang traditional songs to herself. She recited stories her grandmother had told her. When Marie died on January 21st, 2008, Ayak died with her. The language that had been spoken and in Alaska for thousands of years fell silent. The emotional weight of being the last speaker is profound. Marie Smith Jones said in an interview, "It's very lonely being the last one. I know how lonely I am in a way without my own people that talk the same language. She carried the entire linguistic heritage of her people, and she knew it would die with her. Every word she forgot, every grammatical construction she could no longer remember, disappeared not just from her personal memory but from human civilization. Ayak is not unique. In Siberia, the last speaker of Keret died in 2003. In Australia, the last speaker of Mbabaram died in 79. The last speaker of Livonian, a Finno-Ugric language spoken in Latvia, died in 2013. The last speaker of Klalam, a Pacific Northwest language, died in 2014. The last speaker of Tersami, language of the Kola Peninsula, died in 2004. Each death is not just the loss of a person, but the extinction of an entire linguistic lineage stretching back to the origin of human language. What is lost when a language dies? More than vocabulary. Each language represents a unique cognitive and cultural perspective on reality. Languages divide the color spectrum differently. Russian distinguishes between light blue, Goluboy, and dark blue, Sinai, as separate colors, not shades of one color. Languages categorize relationships differently. Piraha, a language of the Amazon, has no words for exact numbers, only approximations like few and many. Languages structure time differently. Aymara speakers in the Andes conceptualize the past as in front of them because they can know it, and the future as behind them because it's unknown, unseen, the reverse of European languages. These differences don't prevent speakers from understanding reality, but they shape how reality is habitually conceptualized and discussed. When a language dies, a perspective on reality dies. The linguist Ken Hale said that losing a language is like dropping a bomb on the Louvre. It's the destruction of irreplaceable human cultural achievement. The irony is that this linguistic collapse is occurring just as linguists have developed powerful tools to study and document languages. The 20th century saw the creation of the International Phonetic Alphabet, allowing precise transcription of any human speech sound. Recording technology captured voices that would otherwise vanish. Computer databases organize linguistic data. Organizations like the Summer Institute of Linguistics, ESIL International, and UNESCO's Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger work to document endangered languages. The Rosetta Project, begun in 2000 by the Long Now Foundation, is creating a massive database of linguistic documentation, stored both digitally and on specially manufactured nickel discs designed to last thousands of years. The goal is to preserve information about 1/500 languages, including grammars, dictionaries, and texts. The physical discs are etched using electron beam lithography with microscopic text that can be read with simple optical magnification. This redundant preservation strategy, digital and analog distributed globally, is designed to ensure that even after a civilizational collapse, future humans or archaeologists could recover this linguistic knowledge. These documentation efforts are valuable, but they cannot preserve what matters most: languages as living systems used by communities. A language documented but no longer spoken is like a pinned butterfly in a museum, preserved but dead. The sounds can be played back, the grammar rules consulted, but the living creativity of native speakers, the jokes, the poetry, the spontaneous coinages, the subtle variations of meaning, all that is gone. Some endangered language communities have fought back, attempting language revitalization. The most successful example is Hebrew. For approximately 1,800 years, Hebrew was not spoken as a native language. It survived as a literary and liturgical language used by Jewish scholars and in religious ceremonies, but no children learned it as their first language. When Zionist settlers began arriving in Palestine in the late 19th century, they spoke various languages: Yiddish, Russian, German, Arabic, Ladino. Eliezer ben Yehuda, 1858 to 1922, championed the revival of Hebrew as a spoken language. He raised his son Ben Zion speaking only Hebrew to him, the first native Hebrew speaker in nearly 2 millennia. Ben Yehuda compiled a comprehensive dictionary of Hebrew, coining thousands of new words for modern concepts. Hebrew had ancient words for scroll and book, but needed words for telephone, airplane, electricity, and countless other modern innovations. Ben Yehuda and subsequent language planners created these words, often by adapting biblical roots. By the 1920s, Hebrew-speaking schools were operating in Palestine. After Israel's establishment in 1948, Hebrew became the state language. Today, over 9 million people speak Hebrew as their native language. Hebrew is the only example of a language fully revitalized from purely literary usage to native speech across an entire nation. It demonstrates that language death is not inevitable, that with sufficient community will and institutional support, languages can be revived. But the Hebrew revival had unique circumstances: a literate community with extensive written texts, strong ideological motivation, political independence, and immigration, bringing speakers of various languages who needed a common tongue. Few endangered languages have these advantages. Most exist in small, politically marginalised communities with limited resources. New Zealand's Maori language provides another revitalisation model. By the 1980s, Maori was severely endangered. Most fluent speakers were elderly, and few children were learning the language. In 1987, New Zealand declared Maori an official language and established Kohanga Reo, language nest preschools where only Maori was spoken. The program expanded it to primary and secondary schools. Today, Maori language use has stabilised, though it remains endangered. Approximately 50,000 people speak Maori, but only about 50,000 speak it fluently, and only a small percentage use it as their primary language. Welsh in Wales has undergone similar revitalisation. After centuries of decline under English dominance, Welsh language education has expanded dramatically since the 1960s. Welsh medium schools, where all instruction occurs in Welsh, have become popular even among non-Welsh speaking families. Welsh language television and radio provide media support. Today, approximately 100,000 people speak Welsh. About 30% of Wales' population, a significant increase from the low point of the mid-20th century. These successes are encouraging but rare. For every language being revitalized, dozens are dying. The vast majority of the world's 4,000 languages are spoken by small populations. Half of all languages are spoken by fewer than 10,000 people, and a quarter by fewer than 1,000 people. These small language communities face overwhelming pressures: economic marginalization, lack of educational resources in their languages, migration to cities where dominant languages prevail, and the omnipresence of global media in English, Spanish, Mandarin, or other major languages. The linguistic situation resembles biological extinction. Small populations are vulnerable, diversity is collapsing, and the surviving species, languages, are those that are either large and dominant or occupy protected niches. Just as biological diversity is concentrated in a few hotspots, rainforests, coral reefs, linguistic diversity is concentrated in certain regions. Papua New Guinea, with over 800 languages, Indonesia, over 700 languages, Nigeria, over 500 languages, India, over 7 languages, and Mexico, over 290 languages. These linguistic hotspots often coincide with biological hotspots, and for similar reasons: geographical complexity creating isolated populations, diverse ecosystems supporting diverse human adaptations. Papua New Guinea's extreme terrain, mountains, valleys, dense rainforests, kept communities isolated, allowing languages to diverge in relative independence. Now, roads, helicopters, schools, and telecommunications are connecting these communities, and languages are converging. The linguist Daniel Everett spent years studying Piraha, spoken by about 800 people in the Amazon. Piraha is famous among linguists for lacking features that were thought to be universal in human language. No exact numbers, no colour terms, no recursion, sentences embedded within sentences, extremely limited kinship terminology. The Piraha famously live in the immediacy of experience, discussing only what is directly observable or has been witnessed by someone still alive. They have no creation myths, no deep historical narratives, no concept of distant past or future. Everett's work on Piraha challenged Noam Chomsky's theory of universal grammar, which claimed that all languages share fundamental deep structures. If Piraha lacks recursion, one of the features Chomsky identified as universal, then perhaps universal grammar is not as universal as thought. The debate over Piraha's grammatical structure continues, with some linguists supporting Everett's analysis and others disputing it. But regardless of the theoretical implications, Piraha demonstrates how languages can embody radically different ways of organizing thought and communication. The Piraha language reflects and reinforces their cultural values: immediacy, direct experience, skepticism toward abstract claims. When Piraha children go to school and learn Portuguese, they gain access to numerical reasoning, historical consciousness, and abstract thought. But they also begin to lose their linguistic and cultural distinctiveness. Is this loss or gain, or both? The question is ethically and politically fraught. From one perspective, learning Portuguese gives Pirahan children opportunities their parents lacked: literacy, formal education, participation in the Brazilian economy and political system. From another perspective, it destroys a unique human cultural achievement, replaces indigenous knowledge with Western Brazilian knowledge, and homogenizes human diversity. Most linguists and anthropologists argue for preserving linguistic diversity while also providing communities with tools to participate in wider society, bilingualism rather than language replacement. But bilingualism is unstable. When one language is clearly more prestigious and useful, it tends to dominate, pushing the other language into restricted domains, home, ritual, before eliminating it entirely. The internet might have been expected to help preserve linguistic diversity by making it easier to create content in any language and connect dispersed speakers. In practice, the internet has accelerated linguistic homogenization. Approximately 60% of websites are in English, though only about 5% of the world's population are native English speakers. Most online content exists in a handful of major languages. Creating and maintaining content in endangered languages requires resources and technical expertise that small communities often lack. There are exceptions. Welsh language social media is surprisingly vibrant. Maori language content has grown. Some indigenous communities in North America have created language learning apps and YouTube channels. The Cherokee Nation, for instance, has developed extensive digital resources for learning Cherokee, including a Cherokee language version of Wikipedia. But these are languages spoken by thousands or tens of thousands. Languages spoken by dozens face nearly insurmountable obstacles to digital presence. As languages die, the linguistic landscape of Earth is transforming into something unprecedented in human history. A world of a few hundred major languages, with the vast majority of humanity speaking perhaps 20 or 30 dominant languages. This represents a kind of reverse Babel, not divine intervention scattering humanity, but human technology and economics converging us. Yet the dream of universal communication, of undoing Babel's linguistic fragmentation, has also produced deliberate efforts to create universal languages. The most successful is Esperanto, created in 1887 by L. Zamenhof, a Polish ophthalmologist. Zamenhof grew up in Bialystok, a city where Polish, Russian, German, and Yiddish speakers coexisted with frequent tension. He dreamed of a neutral international language that could facilitate communication without cultural imperialism. Esperanto was designed to be easy to learn with completely regular grammar, no exceptions, and vocabulary borrowed from major European languages. The language uses a Latin-based alphabet with special diacritics, has simple verb conjugations with no irregular verbs, and builds vocabulary through regular derivation. Learning Esperanto takes a fraction of the time required for natural languages. Today, Esperanto is spoken by an estimated 100,000 to 2,000 people worldwide. Estimates vary widely. There are native speakers, people raised speaking Esperanto from birth because their parents met in the Esperanto community and used it at home. Esperanto has produced original literature, music, film, and digital content. Annual Esperanto conferences attract thousands of participants. Yet Esperanto has failed to achieve its founder's dream of becoming the universal auxiliary language. Despite over 130 years of promotion, it remains a niche interest. Why? Several factors. First, no government has adopted it officially. Second, English has become the de facto international language through economic and cultural dominance, reducing demand for alternatives. Third, natural languages benefit from centuries of literature, media, and native speakers that give them richness and prestige that constructed languages lack. Other constructed languages have been proposed. Volapük, 1879, Ido, 1907, Interlingua, 1951, and hundreds of others. None achieved even Esperanto's limited success. In science fiction and fantasy, constructed languages proliferate. J.R.R. Tolkien created Elvish languages with detailed grammars and thousands of words. Star Trek's Klingon language has been fully developed with grammar, vocabulary, and a small community of speakers. Game of Thrones' Dothraki and Valyrian languages were constructed for the television series. These languages demonstrate human fascination with linguistic creation, but remain artistic projects rather than functional languages. The most widely used constructed language today may be programming languages. Billions of people indirectly use programs written in Python, JavaScript, C++, and other programming languages, even if they don't write code themselves. These languages communicate instructions to computers, enabling the digital infrastructure of modern civilization. In a sense, programming languages are the closest thing we have to Leibniz's universal language. Formal, logical, unambiguous systems for expressing instructions that machines execute. The rise of artificial intelligence adds new complexity to the linguistic landscape. Machine translation, powered by neural networks trained on vast corpora of translated texts, has improved dramatically. Google Translate DPL and similar services can now translate between dozens of languages with reasonable accuracy. This technology potentially addresses the Babel problem technologically. People could speak their native languages and machines would translate in real time. The United Nations uses human translators to simultaneously interpret speeches into 6 official languages: English, French, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, Arabic. This system is expensive and limited. If AI translation becomes accurate and instantaneous, the entire world could potentially participate in real-time multilingual communication. Each person speaks their native language, hears others in their native language, yet communicates across linguistic barriers. This technological solution to Babel would preserve linguistic diversity. People keep speaking their languages, while enabling universal communication. Machines bridge the gaps. However, current AI translation, despite impressive advances, still makes errors, especially with rare languages, idiomatic expressions, poetry, and cultural context. Translating meaning, especially nuanced or emotional meaning, remains difficult. Moreover, AI translation systems are trained on available digital text, which means they work best for well-documented major languages and poorly for under-documented endangered languages. Without extensive training data, AI cannot learn to translate Ayak or Klalam or the hundreds of other languages that survive only in fragments. The languages most in need of preservation support are precisely those least accessible to modern technology. Some linguists are working to address this. The Endangered Languages Project, supported by Google and various academic institutions, provides a platform for sharing linguistic documentation. The ELR, Endangered Languages Archive, at the University of London, preserves audio, video, and textual documentation of endangered languages. These projects race against time to document languages before the last speakers die. In Papua New Guinea, linguists conduct rapid documentation surveys, visiting villages where poorly documented languages are spoken, recording basic vocabulary, collecting texts, and describing grammatical structures. This work is urgent. Some Papua New Guinean languages have only elderly speakers, and each year brings new extinctions. The documentation captured today may be all that future generations have of these languages. The ethical questions surrounding language documentation are complex. Should linguists prioritize description, scientific understanding, or revitalization, helping communities keep their languages alive? Should documentation focus on pure traditional forms or contemporary usage mixing traditional and dominant languages? Who owns the linguistic data? The community, the documenting linguist, the university, humanity? Should sacred or restricted knowledge be recorded and archived, potentially accessible to outsiders? Some indigenous communities have taken control of their own linguistic documentation. The Miami tribe of Oklahoma, whose language became extinct in the 1960s, used historical documentation, including word lists collected in the 19th century and a grammar compiled by a missionary, to revive their language. Beginning in the 90s, tribal members studied these records, reconstructed the language, and began teaching it. Today, Mea language courses are taught at Miami University in Ohio, named for the tribe, and several families are raising children with Maya as a heritage language, though not as their first language. This represents a new form of language revitalization, not preservation of continuous oral tradition, which was broken, but reconstruction from written records. It's linguistic resurrection rather than revival. The reborn Maya differs from the original. Some knowledge is lost, pronunciation uncertain, vocabulary needs invention for modern concepts, but it maintains continuity with the ancestral language and reconnects the community with their linguistic heritage. Such efforts are heroic, but cannot scale to thousands of endangered languages. The reality is that most will disappear. By 2100, linguistic diversity will have collapsed to perhaps 3,000 languages, possibly fewer. The linguistic map of Earth will be radically simplified, with vast regions speaking single dominant languages where hundreds once existed. This homogenization parallels other aspects of globalization. Cultural practices converging, traditional knowledge disappearing, local distinctiveness eroding. The same forces that spread McDonald's and smartphones eliminate traditional cuisines and technologies. Language is the most fragile and the most fundamental carrier of culture, so linguistic homogenization is both symptom and cause of broader cultural convergence. Yet even as natural languages die, new forms of human communication emerge. Digital communication has created new linguistic registers. Text message abbreviations, emoji systems, meme languages with visual and textual components. These are not separate languages but new modes of communication, adapting language to technological media. They evolve rapidly with new terms and forms emerging constantly. Emoji represent an interesting case of a potential universal visual language. The basic emoji set includes hundreds of symbols representing emotions, objects, activities, and concepts. These symbols are reasonably cross-cultural. A smiling face indicates happiness in any culture. A heart indicates love or affection. Yet emoji are not truly universal. Interpretations vary by culture, age, and context. The emoji is interpreted by some as praying hands or thank you, and by others as high five. The meaning is ambiguous without linguistic context. Some researchers have proposed emoji as a path toward universal communication transcending linguistic barriers. In practice, emoji augment text rather than replacing it. They add emotional tone, clarify intent, or substitute for specific common words, but they cannot express complex propositional content. You cannot write a physics paper or legal contract in emoji. They are supplemental to language, not a replacement. The search for universal language, whether through constructed languages like Esperanto, technological solutions like machine translation, or visual systems like emoji, continues the ancient dream of undoing Babel. Yet the goal itself may be misconceived. Linguistic diversity, rather than being a curse or barrier, may be a feature of human cognition and culture, not a bug to be eliminated. Different languages are not merely different labels for the same concepts, but different ways of conceptualizing, different emphases, different organizations of experience. The loss of linguistic diversity is the loss of alternative perspectives on reality, the narrowing of human cognitive and cultural space. A world where everyone speaks English or Mandarin or Spanish might communicate more efficiently, but it would be intellectually and culturally impoverished. The Babel story presents linguistic diversity as divine punishment for human hubris. The modern reality inverts this. Linguistic homogenization is the consequence of human economic and technological success. Neither story is entirely accurate. Language diversity is natural, emerging from human population structure and history. Language convergence is also natural, when populations integrate and communication becomes essential. Both processes, diversification and convergence, have occurred throughout human history. What is new is the scale and speed of contemporary language death, and the fact that we are aware of it, can document it, and can choose whether to resist it. For the first time in human history, we can consciously decide how much linguistic diversity to preserve, can invest resources in revitalization, can create archives for future recovery. Whether we will do so adequately and in time remains uncertain. While linguists documented dying languages and physicists described the universe in mathematics, another tradition continued. Mystics who claimed direct experience of divine reality and described it paradoxically as beyond language. Across cultures and centuries, contemplatives who practiced meditation, prayer, or other spiritual disciplines reported experiences that they struggled to articulate. Precisely because these experiences transcended the categories and concepts that language provides. The Christian mystical tradition, particularly as developed in the medieval period, developed a sophisticated terminology for discussing the limitations of language in describing God. The concept of negative theology, or apophatic theology, held that God cannot be described in positive terms. We cannot say what God is, only what God is not. God is not finite, not temporal, not limited, not physical. This approach acknowledges that human language, developed for describing finite objects and relationships, fails when directed toward the infinite. Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite, a Christian theologian writing around 500 CE, articulated this view in his work, The Mystical Theology. The cause of all is above all and is not inexistent, lifeless, speechless, mindless. It is beyond assertion and denial. We make assertions and denials of what is next to it, but never of it, for it is both beyond every assertion and, by virtue of its preeminently simple and absolute nature, free of every limitation, beyond every limitation, it is also beyond every denial. This tradition of negative theology influenced medieval mystics like Meister Eckhart 1260–1328, who spoke of God as the Godhead beyond all attributes, and the author of The Cloud of Unknowing, 14th century, who wrote that God could be reached not by knowledge or language, but only by love that transcends thought. Yet these same mystics wrote extensively about their experiences, creating paradoxes. They used language to describe what transcends language. Eckhart's sermons are linguistic masterpieces, using German vernacular with extraordinary creativity to point toward experiences beyond words. He writes, "The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one eye, one seeing, one knowing, and one love." This statement uses language to describe a state of unity where subject-object distinctions collapse, a state that linguistic structure, which depends on subject-object grammar, cannot properly represent. The Jewish mystical tradition Kabbalah took a different approach. Rather than saying God is beyond language, Kabbalists said language is divine. The Hebrew alphabet constitutes the structure of reality. But Kabbalists also spoke of Ein Sof, the infinite, the aspect of God that is absolutely transcendent and unknowable. Creation occurs through Tzimtzum, divine contraction, where God withdraws to create space for finite existence. The created world, including language, is therefore already a limitation of the infinite. Advanced Kabbalistic practice involved meditation on Hebrew letters, divine names, and complex diagrams, such as the Tree of Life, mapping the 10 Sephirot or divine emanations. These practices aimed at direct mystical experience, using language as a ladder to be climbed and ultimately transcended. The goal was dvekut, cleaving or union with God, a state beyond conceptual thought. Isaac Luria, 1534–1572, one of the most influential Kabbalists, taught that reality consists of divine light, spiritual energy, trapped in broken vessels, material existence. Human souls contain sparks of this divine light. Spiritual practice aims to liberate these sparks, reuniting them with their source. This process involves Torah study and performance of commandments, but the deepest work happens in meditation where consciousness transcends its normal boundaries. Hasidism, a Jewish mystical movement originating in 18th century Eastern Europe, emphasized direct experience of God's presence in all things. The Hasidic master Dov Ber of Mezerich taught that God's essence fills all existence, but is hidden by the garments of physical reality. These garments include language. Words conceal as much as they reveal. True prayer, according to Hasidic teaching, occurs when words dissolve and only their spiritual essence remains. Hasidic stories frequently depict tzaddikim, righteous masters, who pray with such intensity that they forget the words they're saying, entering states of ecstatic consciousness. The Baal Shem Tov, founder of Hasidism, reportedly taught that it's better to pray with sincere devotion while pronouncing the words incorrectly than to pronounce them perfectly without devotion. The spiritual intention transcends the linguistic form. Islamic mysticism, Sufism, developed similar ideas. The Sufi practice of dhikr, remembrance, involves repetitive recitation of divine names or phrases like La ilaha illallah, there is no God but God, or simply Allah. The repetition is not meant to convey information. The practitioner already knows what the words mean. Rather, the repetition serves as a meditative focus, gradually quieting conceptual thought until only the essential meaning remains. Advanced Sufi practice aims at fana, annihilation of the ego, and baka, subsistence in God. These states transcend normal consciousness and cannot be adequately described. Sufi poetry, particularly Persian poetry by masters like Rumi, 1207 to 1273, and Hafiz, 1315 to 1390, uses language paradoxically, piling up contradictions and impossibilities to point toward what cannot be said directly. Rumi writes, "I am not from the east or the west, not from land or sea. I am not from this world or the next, not from paradise or hell. I have put duality away. I have seen that the two worlds are one." This language systematically negates all categories, all distinctions, pointing toward a unified consciousness beyond conceptual division. The Islamic philosopher Ibn Arabi, 1165 to 1240, one of Sufism's most profound theorists, developed the concept of wahdat al-wujud, the unity of existence. Ibn Arabi taught that apparently separate things, God and creation, self and other, this and that, are actually one reality seen from different perspectives. Language creates the illusion of multiplicity by naming things as if they were independent entities. Mystical realization involves seeing through this illusion to the underlying unity. Ibn Arabi wrote extensively about the divine names, the 99 names of God in Islamic tradition, such as the compassionate, the just, the powerful. Each name reveals one aspect of divine reality, but no name captures the essence. God's essence remains unknown and unknowable, while God's attributes manifest in creation. Language functions at the level of attributes, providing useful but limited knowledge. Hindu mysticism, particularly as expressed in the Upanishads and later in Advaita Vedanta philosophy, makes perhaps the most radical claims about the relationship between language and ultimate reality. The Upanishads, composed between 800 and 200 BCE, contain numerous passages asserting that Brahman, ultimate reality, and Atman, the true self, are identical, and that this reality is beyond conceptual thought and linguistic description. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad describes Brahman as neti neti, not this, not this. Whatever you can think or say about ultimate reality, it's not that. The Kena Upanishad asks, by whom is the mind thought? By whom is the life animated? And answers that it is that which cannot be spoken with words, but that whereby words are spoken. Ultimate reality is the ground of thought, and language therefore cannot be captured by them. The sage Shankara, 788 to 820 CE, founder of Advaita, non-dual Vedanta, developed these ideas philosophically. Shankara taught that the multiplicity we experience is Maya, illusion, and that ultimate reality is pure consciousness, Brahman, without attributes, division, or limitation. The individual self, Atman, is not separate from Brahman, but is Brahman, mistakenly identifying with a limited body and mind. According to Advaita, language operates in the realm of Maya, making distinctions, subject, object, self, other, this, that don't ultimately exist. Enlightenment, moksha, involves direct realization of non-duality, a state where the experiencer, the experiencing, and the experienced are recognized as one. This cannot be taught through language, but only indicated. The teacher uses language to progressively negate misconceptions, like removing layers of obscuration, until direct insight occurs. Ramana Maharshi, 1879 to 1950, a modern Advaita teacher, often responded to questions with the counter-question, who is asking? He directed questioners to investigate their own sense of self, which leads to the realization that the separate I is a mental construct. The true self is pure awareness without attributes or limitations. Ramana taught that silence is the most powerful teaching, beyond any words. Buddhist philosophy approaches similar territory from a different angle. The Buddha reportedly said that certain questions, whether the self exists permanently, whether the universe is eternal, what happens after death, are unanswerable and unprofitable. These questions assume categories: permanent self, eternal existence, that don't correspond to reality. Buddhism teaches anatta, no self, and anicca, impermanence, denying the existence of enduring entities that language seems to posit. The Madhyamaka school of Buddhism, founded by Nagarjuna approximately 150–250 CE, developed this into a philosophy of emptiness, shunyata. Nagarjuna argued that all concepts and categories are empty of inherent existence. They exist only relationally, dependent on other concepts. A table exists as a table only in relation to concepts like leg, furniture, wood, and none of these has independent existence. Following this analysis to its conclusion, everything is empty of inherent nature, existing only conventionally relatively. This doesn't mean nothing exists, but that nothing exists in the way language suggests, as independent, enduring entities. Language creates a map that we mistake for the territory. Enlightenment involves seeing reality directly, without conceptual overlay. The Heart Sutra, one of Buddhism's most important texts, declares, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," collapsing the distinction between the phenomenal world and ultimate reality. Zen Buddhism, which developed in China and flourished in Japan, emphasizes direct experience over doctrinal knowledge. Zen teachers use koans, paradoxical questions or statements like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" or "What was your original face before your parents were born?" to short-circuit conceptual thinking. The koan cannot be solved through logic or language. It creates cognitive crisis, and in that crisis, direct insight may suddenly emerge. Zen practice also includes zazen, sitting meditation, where practitioners simply sit, observing thoughts without engaging them. The goal is not to stop thinking, but to observe thought without identification, recognizing thoughts as mental events rather than truth. This creates distance from language, showing that thoughts and words are movements in consciousness, not consciousness itself. The Zen master Dogen, 1200–1253, wrote extensively about enlightenment and language. His masterwork, the Shobogenzo, uses language in complex, sometimes contradictory ways to express inexpressible truths. Dogen writes, "To study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be enlightened by the 10,000 things. This progression moves from language, studying, to non-language, forgetting self, enlightenment. What are we to make of these diverse mystical traditions, all claiming that ultimate reality transcends language? Several possibilities exist. First, perhaps they're wrong. Perhaps all experience is ultimately linguistic or conceptual, and mystical experiences are unusual brain states misinterpreted as transcendent insights. This is the skeptical reductionist view common in neuroscience and cognitive science. Studies of meditation using fMRI and EEG show distinctive brain states during deep meditation. The default mode network, associated with self-referential thought and the sense of being a separate self, shows decreased activity. Brain regions associated with attention and awareness show increased activity. These findings suggest that meditation produces measurable changes in consciousness, but they don't prove or disprove that these experiences reveal ultimate reality. Second, perhaps mystical experiences are real but not literally ineffable. Perhaps our normal language is inadequate, but better language could be developed. This view suggests that mystical insight is like any other advanced knowledge, difficult to communicate but not impossible. Physicists communicate quantum mechanics concepts, even though quantum reality contradicts everyday intuition. Perhaps mystics simply need better vocabulary and metaphors. Third, perhaps mystical experiences do reveal aspects of reality that are genuinely beyond conceptual thought. This doesn't require supernatural explanation. Perhaps consciousness has non-conceptual modes, direct perception, immediate awareness that precede and ground conceptual thought. Language would then be a powerful tool for certain purposes, but not comprehensive. Just as a map of a terrain is not the terrain itself, conceptual description of reality is not reality itself. Modern philosophy of mind has explored these questions. The phenomenologist Edmund Husserl, 1859 to 1938, distinguished between direct experience, phenomena, and conceptual interpretation. He argued that philosophical investigation should bracket assumptions and return to the things themselves. Direct examination of how things appear in consciousness before conceptualization. This phenomenological method parallels mystical meditation practices that observe experience directly. Martin Heidegger, 1889–1976, Husserl's student, argued that language is not merely a tool we use, but the medium in which we exist. We are fundamentally linguistic beings. Our experience is always already interpreted through language. Heidegger wrote, "Language is the house of being. In its home man dwells." This view suggests we cannot step outside language to experience reality directly. Language constitutes our world. Yet Heidegger also spoke of poetry and certain forms of thought that let being show itself, that point beyond conceptual categories. He studied Zen Buddhism and saw parallels with his own thinking. Late in life, Heidegger wrote, "We must think being in such a way that we think it in the groundless ground of its inexhaustibility. Only so do we preserve being in its truth." The contemporary philosopher Thomas Nagel, in his famous essay What Is It Like to Be a Bat, 1974, argued that conscious experience has subjective qualities, qualia, that are not captured by objective scientific description. We can describe a bat's sonar system scientifically, but we cannot know what echolocation feels like from the bat's perspective. This subjective aspect of consciousness, Nagel argues, is irreducible to physical description. If Nagel is right, then consciousness contains elements that resist linguistic and conceptual capture. The mystics would be describing not supernatural realities, but natural features of consciousness that our usual categories miss. Mystical experience would be exploration of consciousness's non-conceptual dimensions, analogous to how science explores physical reality beyond ordinary perception. Neuroscientist Sam Harris, who practiced meditation extensively and studied with Buddhist and Hindu teachers, argues that mystical experiences are real, important and accessible through proper practice, but don't require supernatural beliefs. Harris writes in Waking Up 2014, "We have been looking for the self for millennia through philosophy, religion, and more recently neuroscience. But it cannot be found. The illusoriness of the self is, in fact, one's true condition in every present moment." Harris proposes that meditation and related practices allow direct recognition of consciousness's nature, awareness without a separate self observing it. This is experientially dramatic. It feels like a fundamental shift, but it's actually just seeing clearly what was always true. Language creates the illusion of a separate self, and meditative insight dissolves that illusion. Whether we interpret mystical experiences naturally or supernaturally, they point to a consistent insight. Language is powerful, but limited. Words are not the things they name. The map is not the territory. The menu is not the meal. This seems obvious when stated, but we constantly forget it, treating our conceptual categories as if they were reality itself. The question, "What language did God speak?" might therefore be answerable as none. Reality precedes language. God, or ultimate reality, or being, or consciousness, whatever term we use, is prior to linguistic description. Language is a human tool, brilliantly useful for certain purposes, but it cannot capture everything. There is always something beyond words, something immediate and direct that we experience but cannot fully articulate. This understanding doesn't diminish language's importance. Language enables human civilization, allows transmission of knowledge across generations, permits abstract reasoning and scientific discovery. Without language, we would not be fully human, but recognizing language's limitations is equally important. The mystics, through disciplined practice, explored consciousness beyond conceptual boundaries and returned, paradoxically using language, to tell us there is more to reality than words can express. The 20th century brought a revolution in understanding reality's fundamental structure. Physics, probing matter and energy at scales far beyond human perception, discovered that reality behaves in ways that fundamentally challenge everyday conceptual categories. These discoveries have unexpected resonances with ancient theologies of divine speech and modern mystical insights about the limits of language. Quantum mechanics, developed in the 1920s primarily by Werner Heisenberg, Erwin Schrödinger and Niels Bohr, revealed that at atomic and subatomic scales, matter does not behave like the solid objects of everyday experience. Subatomic particles exist in superposition, multiple states simultaneously, until measured. The act of measurement collapses the superposition into one definite state. The famous double-slit experiment demonstrates this. Shoot photons, light particles, one at a time at a barrier with two slits. Behind the barrier, place a screen that detects where photons land. If you don't measure which slit each photon passes through, they create an interference pattern on the screen, as if each photon passed through both slits simultaneously and interfered with itself. But if you measure which slit the photon passes through, the interference pattern disappears, and photons behave like ordinary particles, passing through one slit or the other. This result has been replicated countless times with photons, electrons, even large molecules. The conclusion is inescapable. The act of observation affects what is observed. Reality at the quantum level doesn't exist in definite states, independent of observation. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle formalizes this. Certain pairs of properties, like position and momentum, cannot both be precisely measured. The more precisely you measure one, the less precisely you can know the other. What does this mean? Physicists and philosophers have debated interpretations for a century. The Copenhagen interpretation, dominant for decades, holds that quantum systems don't have definite properties until measured. The wave function, mathematical description of the quantum state, represents probabilities, and measurement actualizes one possibility. The many worlds interpretation proposes that all possibilities are realized in branching parallel universes. The pilot wave interpretation suggests particles have definite positions guided by a quantum field. No consensus exists, but all interpretations agree that quantum reality fundamentally differs from classical intuitions. The categories we use to think about everyday objects, definite position, definite momentum, existing independently of observation, don't apply at the quantum level. Language developed to describe macroscopic objects fails to capture quantum phenomena accurately. Niels Bohr, one of quantum mechanics' founders, wrote, "There is no quantum world. There is only an abstract quantum physical description. It is wrong to think that the task of physics is to find out how nature is. Physics concerns what we can say about nature." This statement echoes mystical insights. Ultimate reality transcends linguistic description, and language tells us about our relationship with reality, not reality in itself. The physicist John Wheeler proposed that information is fundamental to quantum mechanics. He coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that every physical quantity, every it, derives from the information, from measurement outcomes, bits of yes, no, true, false answers. Wheeler wrote, All things physical are information theoretic in origin, and this is participatory universe. The universe is not a collection of pre-existing objects, rather. Objects emerge through the information-gathering process of observation. This view suggests that reality is fundamentally informational, not material. Matter and energy are ways information organizes itself. This resonates with ancient theologies. If God's word creates reality, perhaps it's because reality is fundamentally linguistic or logical in structure, made of information, organized by logos. Quantum information theory, developed in the late 20th century, treats information as physical, following quantum mechanical laws. Quantum computers exploit superposition and entanglement to perform certain calculations exponentially faster than classical computers. A qubit, quantum bit, can be in a superposition of 0 and 1 simultaneously, allowing parallel processing impossible for classical bits. This technology realizes something like Leibniz's dream: computation as fundamental operation. If reality is informational, then computation, processing information according to rules, is not just something we do to model reality, but something reality does. The universe itself is computing evolving quantum states according to physical laws, quantum mechanical equations of motion. Seth Lloyd, an MIT physicist and quantum computing pioneer, calculated in his book Programming the Universe, 2006, that the observable universe has performed approximately 10^20 elementary computational operations since the Big Bang. Every particle interaction, every quantum state evolution is a computation. The laws of physics are the program the universe runs. This computational view of physics offers a new interpretation of the question, what language did God speak? Perhaps the language is mathematics, specifically the mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics. When God spoke creation into existence, the speech act was implementing a mathematical structure that generates physical reality through quantum computation. But mathematics itself is a kind of language, formal, precise, but still symbolic, still representational. Mathematical symbols, like words, stand for concepts and relationships. We can ask, is mathematics discovered or invented? Do mathematical truths exist independently of human minds, or are they human creations? Most mathematicians are Platonists. They believe mathematical truths exist objectively, independent of human knowledge. The Pythagorean theorem was true before humans discovered it, will remain true after humanity disappears, would be true even if humans had never existed. Mathematical facts seem necessary and timeless in a way empirical facts are not. This suggests that mathematics describes a transcendent realm of abstract entities, numbers, shapes, functions, existing outside space and time. If mathematics is platonically real and independent of physical reality, then the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics, Wigner's phrase, is explained. Mathematics works to describe physics because both derive from the same source, the logos, the rational structure underlying reality. God's language is the mathematics because mathematics is the structure of divine thought, and physical reality is the manifestation of that thought. But some philosophers and mathematicians dispute Platonism. Constructivists argue that mathematics is human creation, built from elementary operations we can perform. Formalists argue that mathematics is a game with symbols following rules without intrinsic meaning. Empiricists argue that mathematics derives from experience, abstracted from observations of the physical world. These anti-Platonist views make mathematics dependent on human minds and human practices, which seems to reduce its universality. But perhaps this humanistic view is correct. Mathematics is our most refined, precise language, but still a language, still a human creation. It succeeds in describing physics because we designed it specifically for that purpose, continually adjusting it as we discovered new phenomena. Roger Penrose, a mathematical physicist and Nobel laureate, has proposed a three-world model to address these questions. He suggests three types of reality: the physical world, matter and energy; the mental world, consciousness and thought; and the Platonic mathematical world, abstract mathematical structures. Each world mysteriously connects to the others. The physical world obeys mathematical laws. Mathematical thought occurs in conscious minds. Consciousness emerges from physical brains. Penrose asks, why does the physical world obey elegant mathematical laws? Why is only a small portion of mathematics, the beautiful simple parts, physically realized? Why does the human mind comprehend mathematics despite being a product of biological evolution? These questions remain open, pointing toward deep connections between reality, mathematics, and consciousness that we don't yet understand. String theory and its descendant, M-theory, propose that fundamental particles are not point-like but tiny vibrating strings. Different vibration patterns produce different particles. The mathematics of string theory is extraordinarily complex, requiring 10 or 11 dimensions, compared to our experiential 4, 3 spatial dimensions plus time. The extra dimensions are compactified, curled up so small we don't notice them. Critics note that string theory has produced no testable predictions yet, and may be unfalsifiable. It can accommodate any experimental result by adjusting parameters. Proponents argue it's our most promising candidate for unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity, and its mathematical elegance suggests it must be true. The debate continues. What's relevant for our purposes is string theory's vision: the universe as vibrations, as music, as patterns. This echoes ancient cosmologies where sound or vibration creates reality. The Hindu concept of Om as primordial vibration, the biblical let there be as divine speech creating through sound, these mythological ideas find unexpected parallels in modern physics's vision of reality as vibrating strings. Max Tegmark, a cosmologist at MIT, has proposed the mathematical universe hypothesis. Physical reality is a mathematical structure. Not that reality is described by mathematics, but that reality is mathematics. Every physical object, every particle, every force is identical with a mathematical entity. Consciousness somehow is also mathematical structure. Perhaps information processing above a certain complexity threshold becomes self-aware. If Tegmark is right, then the question, what language did God speak, has a clear answer: mathematics. Physical reality is the divine word made concrete, is the logos given form. Creation is an act of mathematical instantiation. But Tegmark's hypothesis raises difficult questions. Which mathematical structures are physically real? All of them? Only certain ones? If all mathematical structures exist physically, we live in a level 4 multiverse where every logically consistent mathematical structure corresponds to a physical universe. This seems extravagant ontology, multiplying realities beyond necessity. Information theory, founded by Claude Shannon in his 48 paper, A Mathematical Theory of Communication, provides another perspective. Shannon defined information precisely. It's the reduction of uncertainty. When you receive a message, you gain information to the extent that the message narrows down possibilities. Information is measured in bits. The amount of information in a binary choice, yes, no, 0, 1, true, false. Shannon's theory was developed for engineering telecommunications, but it has profound theoretical implications. Information is substrate independent. It doesn't matter whether information is encoded in electrical voltages, radio waves, paper marks, or neural firing patterns. The same information can exist in different physical media. This abstraction suggests information is more fundamental than its physical embodiment. DNA exploits this. Genetic information exists independent of which specific molecules carry it. Evolution operates on information genetic sequences, not on particular atoms. Over generations, every atom in a lineage is replaced, but the information persists. Life is information that maintains itself across time and material change. The second law of thermodynamics states that entropy, disorder, in a closed system increases over time. Ludwig Boltzmann showed that entropy is related to information. Entropy measures how many possible microstates correspond to a given macrostate. High entropy means high uncertainty about the specific microstate, low information. Information is negative entropy. Gaining information reduces uncertainty, reducing entropy. This connection between thermodynamics and information suggests they're two aspects of the same phenomenon. The physicist Rolf Landauer proved that erasing information generates heat, linking information processing directly to thermodynamics. Physical and informational processes are inseparable. Black holes provide a striking example. Stephen Hawking showed that black holes have entropy proportional to their surface area, not volume, surprisingly. Jacob Bekenstein proposed that this entropy represents information about all the matter and energy that fell into the black hole. The holographic principle, developed from this insight, proposes that all information contained in a volume of space can be encoded on its boundary surface. This implies that our three-dimensional reality might be information encoded on a two-dimensional surface, like a hologram appearing three-dimensional but encoded in two dimensions. Some physicists speculate that space-time itself emerges from more fundamental information-theoretic processes, that space and time are not primary but are useful ways to organize information. These ideas remain speculative, but they point toward information playing a fundamental role in physics, perhaps even more fundamental than matter, energy, space, or time. If so, the ancient theological intuition that reality comes from divine speech, information, logos, word, is remarkably prescient. Perhaps reality is information structured according to mathematical laws, and matter, energy, space, and time are emergent phenomena, patterns in the underlying informational substrate. The question, what language did God speak, becomes, what is the fundamental informational structure of reality? Physics attempts to answer this by discovering the laws of nature, the equations governing physical processes. These laws are expressed mathematically, making mathematics the language of nature, the language God spoke. But there's a caveat. Our current physical theories, quantum mechanics and general relativity, are incomplete. They're incompatible. Quantum mechanics governs the very small, relativity governs the very large, but they contradict each other when applied to small massive objects, like the singularity inside a black hole, or the universe at the Big Bang. We need a theory of quantum gravity to reconcile them. Multiple candidates exist: string theory, loop quantum gravity, causal set theory, others. We don't know which, if any, is correct. This means we don't yet understand reality's fundamental structure. The language God spoke remains partially undeciphered. We know some vocabulary, some grammar rules, but the complete language eludes us. Moreover, physics describes how the universe behaves, not why it exists at all. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why these laws rather than other possible laws? Why a universe that permits consciousness, life, and observers who can ask these questions? Some physicists invoke the anthropic principle. We observe a universe compatible with our existence because if it weren't compatible, we wouldn't be here to observe it. This explains our universe's properties by selection effect. In a multiverse with countless universes having different laws, we necessarily inhabit one where the laws permit observers. This reasoning is valid but unsatisfying. It explains why we observe what we observe, but doesn't explain why reality has the particular structure it does. The theological answer, God chose to create a universe of this type, is also unsatisfying to those who seek naturalistic explanation. The deep mystery remains. Perhaps the question itself is flawed. Perhaps asking why does reality exist assumes an external perspective that doesn't exist. Reality simply is, irreducibly, without further explanation possible or necessary. The totality of existence has no cause because there's nothing outside it to serve as cause. Asking why reality exists is like asking what's north of the North Pole. Grammatically correct question with no meaningful answer. Or perhaps consciousness is key. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics, von Neumann-Wigner interpretation, participatory universe models, suggest that consciousness plays a constitutive role in reality. If so, perhaps reality and consciousness co-arise, mutually dependent, neither prior to the other. The universe comes into existence by observing itself by dividing into subject and object, knower and known. This is remarkably close to certain mystical and philosophical idealism perspectives. The physicist Freeman Dyson wrote, "The more I examine the universe and the details of its architecture, the more evidence I find that the universe in some sense must have known we were coming. This anthropic observation doesn't prove divine design, but it highlights the mystery. The universe is structured precisely such that conscious beings can arise and comprehend it. The cosmos is epistemologically transparent to evolved observers, a condition that seems improbable without explanation. In the end, science has not answered, what language did God speak, but has reframed the question. We know reality obeys mathematical laws, that information plays a fundamental role, that the universe is comprehensible to mathematical reasoning. Whether this means the universe was designed by a mathematical intelligence, or whether mathematical structure emerges naturally, or whether mathematics is our projection onto meaningless flux, these metaphysical questions exceed science's scope. What we can say, the ancient intuition that reality has a rational structure, that logos or divine speech underlies creation, finds support in modern physics. The universe is not arbitrary chaos, but ordered cosmos, governed by elegant laws. Whether we attribute this order to divine intention or natural necessity, we confront the same fact. Reality is intelligible, describable, structured. There is meaning in existence, even if we haven't fully comprehended it. The 21st century presents humanity with an unprecedented situation regarding language. For the first time, machines are learning to use language, not just to execute commands, but to understand, generate, and translate human language with impressive sophistication. Simultaneously, as we've discussed, natural linguistic diversity is collapsing. These two trends, artificial language capability increasing, while natural language diversity decreases, are reshaping the linguistic landscape in ways our ancestors could not have imagined. Large language models, artificial intelligence systems trained on vast corpora of text, have achieved remarkable capabilities. GPT-3, released by OpenAI in 2020, contains 25 billion parameters and was trained on hundreds of billions of words from books, websites, and other sources. GPT-4, released in 2023, is even more capable, able to engage in sophisticated conversations, answer complex questions, write essays and poetry, debug computer code, and perform numerous other language tasks. These systems work by predicting likely next words given previous context. Through training on massive datasets, they learn statistical patterns in language, not just surface patterns, but deep structural regularities, idioms, factual relationships, reasoning patterns. The result is behavior that appears remarkably intelligent, though debate continues about whether these systems understand language or merely simulate understanding through sophisticated pattern matching. From one perspective, large language models are the culmination of the ancient dream, artificial entities that can use human language. They don't possess independent consciousness or self-awareness, as far as we can determine, but they use language functionally, conversing with humans, generating coherent and often insightful text. They could be viewed as vessels for logos, patterns of meaning independent of biological substrate. From another perspective, these systems highlight language's nature. They demonstrate that linguistic behavior can emerge from statistical learning over large data sets. They don't need to understand meaning in any deep sense to use language effectively. This suggests that much of human language use might operate similarly, pattern matching and statistical prediction rather than deep semantic understanding. This is humbling and raises philosophical questions. When you ask someone, "How are you?" and they respond, "I'm fine, thanks," are they accessing deep phenomenological self-knowledge and translating it into words? Or are they executing a learned social script, a linguistic pattern appropriate to the context? Probably some of both, but large language models show that the latter can produce behavior indistinguishable from the former in many contexts. The Turing test, proposed by Alan Turing in 1950, suggested that if a machine can converse indistinguishably from a human, we should consider it intelligent. Modern large language models often pass limited Turing tests. In short conversations, judges cannot reliably distinguish them from humans. Yet this success doesn't settle the question of machine understanding or consciousness. Perhaps the Turing test assesses linguistic performance, not intelligence or consciousness, and these are separable. AI translation systems have improved dramatically. Google Translate, originally based on statistical patterns, now uses neural networks that learn to map between languages directly. These systems can translate entire documents while preserving meaning and often style. They make errors, especially with rare languages, idioms, poetry, and culturally specific references, but their accuracy is remarkable and improving. Real-time speech translation, hearing someone speak in one language and simultaneously hearing translation in another language, is becoming feasible. Devices like Google's Pixel Buds and Microsoft's HoloLens offer this capability, still imperfect but functional. This technology could eliminate language barriers, enabling truly global communication where everyone speaks their native language and understands all others through mediation. This technological solution to Babel differs from the ancient curses reversal imagined in Pentecost. At Pentecost, the Holy Spirit enabled apostles to speak foreign languages they hadn't learned, and foreigners to understand. The miracle was direct, without technological mediation. Modern translation technology preserves linguistic diversity. People keep speaking different languages, while enabling communication, machines translate, but it interposes technology between speakers. This raises questions about language learning. If machines can translate instantly, why should anyone learn foreign languages? The practical motivation diminishes, yet language learning provides cognitive benefits, cultural understanding, and access to literature and thought patterns different from one's native language. Translation, even good translation, is always interpretation, always loses nuances. Reading Dante in Italian, Goethe in German, or the Quran in Arabic provides direct access impossible through translation. Languages encode culturally specific knowledge that translation flattens. The Japanese concept of mono-no-aware, a wistful awareness of impermanence, the German Schadenfreude, pleasure in others' misfortune, the Portuguese saudade, melancholic longing. These don't translate precisely into English because they capture culturally shaped emotional experiences. Every language loss eliminates conceptual and experiential possibilities. AI system trained on endangered languages could help preserve them. Recording and transcribing the last speakers, training language models on these recordings, creating interactive tutors. These technologies could support revitalization efforts. But this requires resources, funding, technical expertise, community support. Most endangered languages lack these resources. Moreover, AI-preserved languages would be museum languages, archived, accessible, but not alive in communities. A language truly lives when children learn it naturally, when it evolves to express new experiences, when it serves all communicative needs of a community. No technology can replicate this social vitality. The question arises, do we need linguistic diversity? If translation technology enables universal communication while preserving everyone's current language, that maintains the status quo. But if economic and social pressures push toward fewer, larger languages, should we resist? What's lost if everyone spoke English, Mandarin, Spanish and Arabic, with most other languages extinct? The loss would be cognitive and cultural diversity. Different languages structure thought differently, emphasize different distinctions, make some concepts easy and others difficult to express. This diversity is a resource for human civilization, alternative perspectives on reality. Monoculture is dangerous in agriculture, vulnerability to disease, and ecology, ecosystem fragility. Perhaps linguistic monoculture creates similar risks: intellectual vulnerability, reduced cognitive flexibility, loss of alternative ways of thinking. Yet standardization has benefits. Science requires precise terminology and universal standards. International commerce requires linguistic common ground. Global coordination on challenges like climate change, pandemics, or artificial intelligence requires effective communication. Perhaps some level of linguistic convergence is necessary for civilization at planetary scale. A compromise, widespread multilingualism, where most people speak a local heritage language and one or more international languages. This model exists in many places: India, Nigeria, Switzerland, where people routinely speak multiple languages for different contexts. Technology could support this. Automatic translation for international contexts, preservation and teaching tools for heritage languages, media in multiple languages. But multilingualism requires effort. Learning languages takes time, cognitive resources, social support. It's easier to let one dominant language take over. Without deliberate effort to preserve diversity, the path of least resistance leads to homogenization. Constructed languages might offer another path. Rather than one natural language dominating, humanity could adopt a constructed auxiliary language, designed for ease of learning and neutrality. Esperanto remains the most successful example, but new proposals continue. Lojban, created in 1987, aims for logical precision and cultural neutrality, with grammar based on predicate logic. Tokipona, created in 2001, is minimalist, with only 20 to 137 core words, forcing speakers to express complex concepts through combinations of simple ideas. None of these has achieved widespread adoption, and the obstacles are formidable. Natural languages benefit from network effects. They're useful because others speak them, and more people speak them because they're useful. A constructed language needs critical mass to become self-sustaining, and reaching that mass requires coordination and motivation that hasn't materialized. Moreover, constructed languages designed for regularity and logic lack the evolved complexity and irregularity of natural languages. Irregularities in natural languages often carry information. Exceptions signal important distinctions. Idioms compress cultural knowledge. Regularized languages are elegant, but maybe less expressive. Programming languages might be viewed as specialized constructed languages, and they've succeeded wildly. Python, JavaScript, C++, and others are used by millions of programmers worldwide to communicate instructions to computers and to each other. These languages are formal, precise, and regularly updated by standards committees. They have achieved what auxiliary languages like Esperanto haven't: universal adoption within their domain. But programming languages succeed because they fulfill a need that natural languages can't: exact, unambiguous specification of computational procedures. Natural languages evolve for human communication, with ambiguity, context dependence, and flexibility that computers can't handle. Programming languages sacrifice flexibility for precision. Could human communication benefit from similar precision? For certain contexts, legal contracts, scientific definitions, technical specifications, precision's valuable, but everyday human interaction requires flexibility, ambiguity, context sensitivity. We use language not just to convey information, but to negotiate relationships, express emotions, perform social functions, greetings, apologies, jokes. Over-precision would damage these functions. The deeper question is what language is for. If language is primarily for information transfer, then precise, efficient languages optimized for information content make sense. But if language serves broader social, cultural, and cognitive functions, then natural language's complexity and irregularity may be features, not bugs. Language constructs communities, preserves traditions, enables creativity, shapes identity. These functions require the rich, messy complexity of natural languages. As artificial intelligence systems become more linguistically capable, we may need to reconsider what distinctively human language capabilities are. If machines can read, write, translate, and converse, what remains unique to human language use? Perhaps creativity, the ability to use language in novel, surprising, meaningful ways. Poets, novelists, and comedians manipulate language to produce aesthetic effects, emotional responses, new insights. Current AI systems can imitate these effects, generating poems or jokes that sometimes work, but whether they do so with genuine understanding or intention remains debated. Perhaps intentionality, the fact that when humans use language we mean something. We're directing communication toward purposes grounded in our needs, desires, social relationships. AI systems process language but don't have needs or desires, or if they do, they're qualitatively different from biological needs and desires. This grounds human language use in embodied social existence that AI lacks. Perhaps phenomenology, human language connects to conscious experience, to qualia, to what it is like to be us. When I say I'm happy, the words connect to an experiential state. Whether AI systems have experiential states at all, let alone ones that connect meaningfully to the words they produce, is unknown. These philosophical questions matter practically. As AI systems handle more language tasks, writing reports, answering questions, generating code, conducting customer service, human linguistic work changes. Some jobs become obsolete, new roles emerge. What happens to human linguistic creativity and capability when machines handle routine language use? We might experience linguistic de-skilling, analogous to how GPS navigation has reduced human wayfinding abilities. If we rely on AI for writing, our writing skills atrophy. If we rely on translation apps, we don't learn languages. Over generations, linguistic capabilities might degrade, preserved in AI systems but diminished in humans. Alternatively, AI tools might enhance human capabilities. Just as calculators didn't eliminate mathematical thinking but freed it from computational drudgery, AI language tools might free humans from routine language tasks, enabling focus on creative, complex, nuanced communication. We could see a flowering of human linguistic creativity, with AI handling the mundane. Which future we get depends on how we integrate these technologies, how we educate future generations, what values we prioritize. If we value efficiency above all, we'll optimize for AI doing whatever it does best, with humans filling remaining gaps. If we value human development, creativity, and understanding, we'll design AI as tools supporting human capabilities rather than replacing them. The question, what language did God speak, takes on new meaning in this context. If we create artificial intelligence that uses language, generates meaning, perhaps even achieves consciousness, have we replicated divine creation? Have we spoken new beings into existence through code, through information, through logos? This is hyperbole, but it captures something real. Humans are now creating entities that use language, and language is bound up with intelligence, consciousness, selfhood. If language is what makes us human, what happens when non-humans speak? If divine speech created reality, what reality do we create when we give voice to artificial minds? These are not distant speculations. They're immediate questions facing this generation. The decisions we make about AI development, language technology, linguistic diversity preservation, and education will shape humanity's linguistic future, perhaps as profoundly as the invention of writing shaped the past. The question, what language did God speak, has led us on a journey spanning hundreds of thousands of years and the entire breadth of human experience. We've traced language from its evolutionary origins in Africa through the first written records in Mesopotamia and Egypt, through sacred texts claiming divine speech creates reality, through the scientific revolution that revealed language families and deep history, through linguistic extinction and technological transformation, to philosophical and mystical insights about language's limits. What have we learned? First, that no human language is the language God spoke, not Hebrew, not Sanskrit, not any extant or documented language. All human languages evolve naturally through regular processes of change, diversification, and adaptation. The search for an Adamic language, a pristine original tongue from which all others descended, has failed. Linguistics reveals branching family trees, not a single trunk. Second, that despite this scientific fact, the theological intuition connecting language with creation captures something profound. Reality exhibits order, structure, intelligibility, qualities associated with logos, with rational principle, with information. Physics describes this structure mathematically, and mathematics is a formal language, precise and powerful. In this sense, the language God spoke is mathematics, or more broadly the logical and informational structure of reality itself. Third, that language, human language, is remarkable not because it's divine in origin, but because it's a natural phenomenon achieving extraordinary sophistication. Language enables us to think abstractly, cooperate in large groups, transmit knowledge across generations, explore possibilities beyond immediate experience. Language makes us human in ways we're still working to understand. Fourth, that language has limits. The mystics across traditions converged on this insight. Ultimate reality transcends linguistic description. Whether we interpret this religiously, God is beyond names, or naturalistically, consciousness has non-conceptual dimensions, the point stands. Language is a tool, powerful but bounded. Not everything real can be said. Fifth, that linguistic diversity is valuable and fragile. Each language embodies a unique perspective, accumulated over millennia. The current mass extinction of languages represents irreplaceable loss. Yet the forces driving extinction, globalization, economic integration, technological change, are not reversing. Preserving diversity requires deliberate, sustained effort against strong contrary pressures. Sixth, that new forms of language and communication are emerging. Artificial intelligence systems use language in ways that challenge our understanding of what language is and does. These technologies could help preserve endangered languages, or accelerate their extinction, could enhance human linguistic capability or replace it, could unite humanity or deepen divisions. The outcome depends on choices we make collectively. Looking forward, what future awaits human language? Several scenarios seem possible. The homogenization scenario. Linguistic diversity collapses to a few dozen major languages, perhaps ultimately to a handful. Translation technology enables basic communication across these languages, but cultural and cognitive diversity diminishes. Humanity becomes more unified but less varied, more efficient but less creative. The Tower of Babel narrative reverses. Humanity achieves linguistic unity, not through divine gift, but through economic and technological pressure. The preservation scenario. Through conscious effort and technological support, significant linguistic diversity is maintained. Most people become multilingual, speaking heritage languages locally and international languages for wider communication. Translation technology improves to near perfection, eliminating practical barriers while preserving distinct linguistic communities. Linguistic diversity is recognized as a value worth protecting, analogous to biodiversity. The transformation scenario. Human language fundamentally changes through integration with artificial intelligence. Brain-computer interfaces enable direct transmission of meaning without phonetic speech. Artificial languages designed for precision and efficiency supplement or partially replace natural languages. Human linguistic capability diverges from historical patterns, becoming something new, enhanced by technology but perhaps losing connection with embodied social origins. The bifurcation scenario. Humanity splits linguistically, with elites speaking sophisticated technical languages or using AI augmentation, while masses speak simplified linguas francas. This creates cognitive and cultural stratification, where access to powerful linguistic tools determines social position. Linguistic inequality exacerbates other inequalities. Which scenario unfolds depends on technology development, economic forces, political decisions, and cultural values. None is inevitable. We can shape linguistic futures through education policy, technology design, resource allocation, and community choices. The question, what language did God speak, has one more dimension worth considering. If we interpret God's language as the fundamental structure of reality, then perhaps the quest isn't to recover a lost original language, but to comprehend ever more deeply the language we inhabit. Reality speaks through the laws of physics, through the genetic code, through the patterns of thought and social interaction, through the universe's mathematical structure. Our task is to listen, to learn, to understand. Science is one way of listening, translating nature's patterns into human comprehensible mathematics and theory. Art is another, translating human experience into aesthetic form. Philosophy is another, exploring concepts and their relationships. Mysticism is another, investigating consciousness directly. Natural language itself, in all its diversity, is humanity's attempt to articulate experience, to make meaning, to connect inner and outer worlds. In this view, the language God spoke is still speaking. It's the ongoing dialogue between reality and consciousness, between cosmos and mind, between what is and what we make of it. We're born into this conversation, inherit languages and concepts from previous generations, add our voices, pass the conversation forward. The language is never complete, never finished, always evolving. The ancient quest to discover God's language becomes the perpetual human task, to understand ourselves and our world more deeply, to communicate more clearly, to mean more truly. We won't find a final answer, an ultimate language that captures everything. But the search itself, the endless human attempt to put reality into words, to speak truth, to connect through communication, that search is the closest we come to touching the divine, to participating in the creative word that Genesis describes. Perhaps that was always the point. not to recover a lost original language, but to engage with language as the fundamental human capability, the tool through which we make sense of existence. The biblical God speaks creation into being. We continue that work, speaking meaning into the chaos of experience, ordering our world through words, creating culture and understanding through communication. The mystics are right. Ultimate reality transcends language. The scientists are right. Language evolved naturally, without divine intervention. The theologians are right. Language connects to something fundamental about reality's structure. The poets are right. Language creates beauty and meaning beyond mere information. The linguists are right. Languages are complex systems worthy of study and preservation. All these perspectives together approach the full truth about language, its origins, its nature, its power, its limits. The oldest written word was barley, carved into clay by an anonymous scribe 5,300 years ago. It recorded something mundane, practical, economic. Yet in that simple act, making meaning visible, preserving thought beyond the moment, enabling communication across time, the scribe participated in one of humanity's defining achievements. Language, the bridge between mind and world, self and other, past and future. We still cross that bridge every day, every time we speak or write or think in words. We're still asking in essence the question ancient peoples asked. What is this power we possess? This ability to make sound signify, to represent reality symbolically, to think thoughts that transcend immediate experience? Where did it come from? What does it mean? Where is it going? The language God spoke might be mathematics, might be quantum information, might be the structure of consciousness itself, might be something we have no concepts for yet. Perhaps the question is backwards, and instead of asking what language God spoke, we should recognize that every language, every act of meaning-making, every moment of understanding is divine speech continuing, reality expressing itself through us, speaking itself into ever greater complexity and awareness. We are linguistic beings in a meaningful universe. That fact, however we explain it, whatever metaphysical frame we use, remains astonishing. We split light into rainbows of meaning, vibrate air into cathedrals of sound, arrange symbols into worlds of thought. We are perhaps the universe's way of talking to itself. Reality become reflexive, the word made flesh. The quest to understand the language, human language, divine language, natural language, mathematical language, the language of consciousness, the language of reality itself, continues. Every generation adds understanding, every discipline contributes insight, every individual voice enriches the conversation. The language God spoke is the language we speak, the language we are, the language speaking through us, creating meaning in each moment. And the search goes on, as it always has, as it always will, across centuries and cultures, through science and mysticism, in data and devotion. Humanity listening for the voice in the whirlwind, the word in the silence, the logos behind the logic, the meaning in the mystery. The language God spoke echoes still if we have ears to hear. Listen.